Good evening, all. I'd like to welcome everyone to this regular meeting of the San Ramon Valley Unified School District Board of Education. My name is Ken Mintz, current president of the board. Please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Just to note to everyone in the room, this meeting is being live streamed as well as us here in person. It's on the district website as well as YouTube, and the meeting is available as an archive on YouTube as well going forward. To start out, prior to this evening's meeting, we were meeting in closed session. Two actions taken that I want to report out on. The first, the board accepted the resignation of employee ID 08081 effective June 30th per agreement, which was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. The board also made the following appointments effective July 1st. Ishmael Al-Shabazz as supervisor of custodial operations, and Basant Abdelrahman, assistant principal for Daugherty Valley High School. And again, both of those are effective July 1st. One other item I just want to point out for clarity, on our closed session agenda, we had an evaluation of the superintendent. I just wanted to clarify that that is a normal annual process that the board goes through. We started that process. We'll be continuing it at our next meeting as well. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and have my fellow board members introduce themselves.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Susanna Wardoy.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Shelley Clark.
Hi, thank you for being here. I'm Laura Bratt.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Rachel Hurd.
And Rachel is our vice president. And I'd like our student member in waiting to introduce herself, please.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. My name is Anya Ayopun.
Thank you, Anya. Thank you for being here with us this evening. Okay, moving on. Item 7.0, acceptance of minutes. We have the minutes from our May 17th meeting. Board members, any corrections, omissions, anything else you'd like to bring up? If not, can I have a motion to approve those minutes?
Motion to approve the minutes as submitted.
Second.
The motion was made by Board Member Clark and seconded by Board Member Ordway. Roll call votes. Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Mintz.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Item 8.0 is agenda approval and consent action. 8.1, acceptance of the open session agenda. Can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second. The motion was made by Board Member Bratt and seconded by Board Member Hurd. Roll call vote. Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Mintz.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
8.2 is approval of consent agenda. The consent agenda for the audience is made up of items that are considered routine in nature and are handled with a single vote rather than presentations and everything else and separate votes. So I ask at this time if anyone from the board or staff have anything they'd like to remove from the consent agenda for separate consideration. Seeing none.
There was one card. Yes, thank you.
I do have a couple of cards, however, asking that we speak separately on item 12.13, 1213. And so 1213 is going now to become item 10.8 on our action item. With that revision, do we have any other revisions? Seeing none, can I have a motion on the revised consent agenda?
Move approval on consent with revised consent.
Second.
The motion was made by Board Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Clark. Roll call vote. Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Mintz.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
9.0 is reports to the board. First item is public comment for non-agendized items. These are items that are not on our agenda. And because they're not on our agenda, given open meeting laws in the state of California, we cannot as a board address those items. We cannot take action on items this evening. For this evening, however, I do have quite a number of cards that are referring to a particular topic that in a sense will be covered under item 10.1. So I would ask for those who have given me cards for non-agenda item, you get one chance to speak on this item. So either as a non-agendized item or during item 10.1. And again, these are for non-agendized items. It would be, like I say, we're going to be covering the Cal High and other types of issues as part of item 10.1. So if anyone wishes, excuse me, sir, I'm asking for everyone's attention on this point. Item 10.1 will cover points of equity at this meeting this evening. So if you wish to speak on equity, I ask that you not speak at non-agendized items so we can move our meeting along. Because unfortunately, I don't want to get into a position where I have to cut people's time limits because of the amount of speakers we have this evening. That's really the reason. I'd like to give everyone one chance to speak on the equity issue tonight. However, if you've put in a card for non-agendized item on a different topic, this is the time that we would like to hear from you. So is there anyone in the audience who has a separate topic that they would like to address on item 9.1? So one moment, please. You're not, I'm sorry, I haven't called you yet, sir. Can you just wait one moment as I go through these? First, before you do, is there anyone else who wanted to speak specifically on something other than equity? I see one hand, 2, 3, 4. I'm sorry, if those who wish to speak would line up behind the podium, I think that might be the easiest way for it to get through our non-agendized items. Mr. Roddick, go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Well,
the threshold directive in education should be the same as in medicine. First, do no harm. But on Thursday, at a press conference in front of this building, Cal High cheer team parents and their attorney said that Superintendent Malloy had caused them great harm. The attorneys transmitted a letter last Tuesday stating that Mr. Malloy made public statements and did media interviews.
Excuse me, Mr. Roddy, you're speaking about the item that I asked that people wait until 10.1. No. There's one item on equity. Please, sir, you can speak on anything other than that because that is an agenda item. This is for Go ahead. Go ahead.
I shall proceed. What's my time now?
We'll start over again.
All right. The threshold directive in education should be the same as in medicine. First, do no harm. But on Thursday, at a press conference in front of this building, Cal High cheer team parents and their attorney said that Superintendent Malloy had caused them great harm. The attorneys transmitted a letter last Tuesday stating that Mr. Malloy made public statements and did media interviews on behalf of the district, affirming false and defamatory allegations in what the letter called a disgruntled mother's post. The attorney letter alleges that after only one African-American girl of 7 who tried out didn't make the cheer team, her mother, quote unquote, fabricated a social media post accusing the team of racist acts, including an alleged mascot display of a female dark-skinned mannequin head supposedly called Kareem. But the cheer team parents claim the mannequin head in question is not black and is called Kareen by team members. Working diligently and in good faith, says the letter, the cheer team and family and coaches requested an investigation, knowing it would, quote, it would corroborate and vindicate the cheer team. An investigation, says the letter, which SRVUSD flatly refused to undertake. Instead, Malloy's district-wide May 23rd message called the mannequin head a hateful and hurtful image and expressed determination to call out and eliminate racist acts. Mr. Malloy had seemed in subsequent media remarks still to be blaming cheer members for what they allege to result from his own inaction. He's continued to filibuster the issue with claims of creating safe schools that are welcoming and inclusive for all our students. All our students, does that include the cheer team? No, answers the letter. Cheer team members have experienced overwhelming, debilitating harassments and threats, the letter continues, while suffering emotional, psychological, and reputational damage so severe that some cannot even attend school. In condemning what it calls Malloy's defamatory narrative, the attorney letter notes the SRVUSD anti-bullying regulations calling for disciplinary action up to and including dismissal, and advocates exactly that remedy for Mr. Malloy. Your board has instead likely affirmed Mr. Malloy's $340,000 annual contract, plus very generous benefits. In his next act, 10.1, Mr. Malloy will now be promoting 2022-2023's Equity Action Plan, so-called, to help students, quote, understand explicit acts of racism and discrimination while spending nearly $2 million to hire 15 equity liaisons. If the facts are as alleged, then shame on you, Mr. Malloy, and shame on the board for supporting him.
Ms. Saint-Country. Helen, do you want to speak or not? Next person then. No. Yes, and I said, Helen, I'm sorry. Helen, do you want to speak this evening or not? Do you want to speak or not? Miss Saint-Country, if you wish to speak, now is your turn.
What is this, a communist country? Go ahead and start tying, because I certainly don't want to take advantage of you. What a communist board you are. Ever since I started exiting my garage, there are 3 hurdles put up. One was actually surveilling me at my own HOA. And then there is a police officer who was pointing a speed gun at people coming from San Ramon. Now I understand why. Everyone submitted a card according to law. Then you tell everyone to line up. Now you don't know who is who. And then when you can't pronounce a word, you get mad at me. What is your problem? Communist. I am here. I want to speak to the fact that you are not hiring teachers who are qualified to teach my children, and I resent that. Our teachers really should pass CBEST subject matter tests. For the single subject matter teachers, they should pass their subject exam. If they did not take, or if they did take but failed CBEST or the subject exam, they should not be allowed to teach in our district because they have nothing to teach our children. Our children are extremely bright. So please, don't hire people to teach them about sex, about racism, and about communism. Thank you. Shame on you.
Who's next? Next speaker. Can you please give us your name? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lisa Worth. When my kids were little, something I remember teaching them was to make the most out of a situation. Something I have realized with some in this community is that there is constant unhappiness. To constantly act on that unhappiness doesn't really show our kids how to work with situations that present themselves throughout our lives. We don't always have control over things, but we can work together to make the most of it. The best way to handle our school district and the unhappiness that some parents repeatedly express is to vote. But once the votes speak, it would benefit everyone if we made the most of it and worked together. Not to constantly draw negative attention to our district, but to work as a community to help each other make it the best for our kids. I may not agree with everyone in this room on their views, but I do believe that we could come together as adults and all add value to our school community. The constant barrage of negative Facebook posts, and I can only imagine the negative emails that our district employees and trustees must read through on a daily basis, don't do a whole lot of good for our kids. But if we sat down together and asked what it would take to work together, the energy could shift and we could work to focus on what the kids really need. Compromise, some people think of it as giving up a position. It's actually two different minded parties coming together and working out a common goal. Again, our kids and their education. I do hear those parents say it's about the kids, but I rarely see the action. I sit here district meeting after district meeting and find that the increase of attendance is only when there is negative things to come up here and complain about. I see in Facebook groups where people say they don't have the time. Imagine if we had the kind of involvement consistently. Are the meetings long? Some are, but they're very informative. After the mass shooting in Uvalde, Texas, several parents asked online about safety of fencing at our schools. Our district did a presentation about that just about a month ago. You trust the school district enough to drop your children off 5 days a week for 10 months out of the year. Give them the courtesy of showing up here and listening to what they have to present 2 times a month. You would hear about the budget, employees, projects, and so much more. I cannot stress enough again for parents to start showing up at these meetings and being involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. If you can just introduce yourself, please.
Hello, my name is Laura Gant, and I am the mother of the featured cheerleader that Mr. Malloy implicated as racist. Mr. Malloy, you sit in the highest seat of education in this district. You are responsible for our children, our children's well-being and safety, and you have failed miserably. You took a fabricated story and you ran with it. There was absolutely no investigation done. And you sent a communication out to 14,000 people and further went to the media and fabricated this story. Mr. Malloy, you have left these girls in a very unsafe situation by implicating them as racist. I had to pull my daughter out of school because students were screaming at her from across the quad that she's a racist, flipping her off in the hallways. And the social media bullying she's had to endure has been endless. To add insult to injury, your teachers were showing the news clip in class, affirming the fabricated story that you did to the media. And why wouldn't they? You're their superior. So the story must be true, right? You took, excuse me. These girls had students pointing in their faces and yelling, "You're a racist, you're a bigot. All you cheerleaders shouldn't be able to get into college for what you have done." Teachers were echoing these sentiments, which I find shocking and disgusting. And worst of all, these girls are receiving messages that they should kill themselves. Mr. Malloy, you received hundreds and hundreds of emails from worried parents begging you to retract or update your statement at a minimum, and you refused. I am absolutely terrified this label will follow my daughter for the rest of her life. I am fearful it will affect her college applications in the fall, and I'm most worried about the mental anguish she's had to endure. All because you, Mr. Malloy, decided to believe lies before doing a full investigation to get to the truth. Your statement to the press on Thursday afternoon was absolutely despicable. You stated that you now know that there wasn't any malicious intent, but you stood firm in your position of handling the situation. You stated regardless of the intent of the mannequin head not being offensive to some, it was to others. Mr. Malloy, you made the mannequin head offensive by affirming that it was black. You stated several times that people are hurt by this. Do you understand? You're the one that hurt people by way of your affirmation. You also stated to the press that you knew of a few challenging days for students at first, but things had shifted. You are completely disconnected. Nothing has settled for these girls. Nothing has shifted. The day you made this statement, my daughter went to school to take her algebra final. And as she's leaving campus, students are yelling at her that she's a racist. So once again, you do not know what you're talking about. You have torn apart young lives and you have divided our community. Mr. Malloy, you are in charge of children at the very highest level, and you should not be. I am pleading with the board. Remove Mr. Malloy. He has destroyed our girls by his reckless behavior, and he is a danger to our entire community.
Next speaker, please. Your name, sir, please. Please, if it takes that long to go through each speaker, I'm going to have to limit the amount of time per speaker.
Of course you are.
We have,
You know what? Mr. Malloy had these kids.
excuse me, excuse me, ma'am, ma'am. Now, first off, I asked, excuse me. Let's try to be respectful.
You want to talk
Hey,
My
ma'am,
daughter-
ma'am, I'm sorry. If you do not, excuse me, this is the board meeting. If you cannot control yourself, I am going to have to ask you to leave. I don't want to do that. Please,
Yeah, you can
please, excuse me. This is a business meeting of the school board. The first thing I asked was for these comments to be held until item 10.1, when they can be discussed. As non-agenda items, these items cannot be talked about by the board members, because what you're doing is you're doing something that's not on our agenda right now. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Brian Gant. I have two daughters that are on the cheer team. They're leaders, they're mentors, and they're captains of the team. What happened to our family the last 2 weeks is absolutely devastating to us. I've been in law enforcement for 25 years. I've been a school resource officer for 5 years. I've testified in front of state senate, changing the cyberbullying laws. I'm very comfortable with cyberbullying, the laws, and how to investigate. My job is to hear both sides, to get the facts, to get the proper decisions out. Malloy, you were hired to take care of our children, and you wrongly accused them of racism and further threw them under the bus. Malloy, you failed to investigate. You silence one side and believe lies. You believe that no girls of color made the cheer team. And in fact, 7 that went out for trial or tried out, 6 of them made the team. You believe the mannequin was an African American because of the altered image. You also believe the mannequin's name was racially identified as Kareem. And to this day, you haven't even asked for that mannequin or even seen the mannequin, and you would know that the mannequin is not black. Her name is actually Kareem, which is the meaning beloved friend, and it was given to her by the manufacturer. Malloy, you thought our girls were guilty before you even gave them a chance to prove their innocence. The district, the board, it's now time to hear everyone's side. Don't silence the coaches. Don't silence the girls. And don't silence Principal Kiefer. Principal Kiefer met with the girls and explained to them, and I'm going to quote what she said. I know you did nothing wrong. I was told not to investigate. This was bigger than the school. I regret not sticking up for you, and I'll remember this for the rest of my life. I was then forced to put my name on a letter that I didn't believe in or write myself. You were in Toronto and you were accused of not investigating racially motivated letters sent to a black principal and their staff, and that was unfortunate. Ironically, you left before you were held accountable. You did nothing there. Your non-actions, and you didn't properly investigate. Malloy, it's now time for the district to clean up your mess. Take responsibility for your overreaction. It's time to step down, run away once again for not doing your job properly. We ask you, the board, to provide security for our cheer team next year. We ask that today the board removes Malloy from his position for the lack of leadership and putting our girls in danger and in an unsafe environment. We ask for an outside investigation that will investigate Malloy and the district for bullying and harassing.
Please finish your comments, please. Your time is up.
And I just ask you to do what's right rather than what's popular under his agenda.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Jill Seidenberg. I am a teacher at Monte Vista, and I have 2 students at Monte Vista. Getting teary. I'm here for an entirely different reason, and it is to say thank you to you, the board, for comments made during the meeting the last time. That made my children feel seen. So when you were talking about LGBTQ awareness, when my kids drove in June 1st and saw flags on their campus, they felt welcomed, they felt supported, and it was, sorry, I should have prepared. Anyway, and they felt as if adults listened to them and adults had their backs. And so I'm here to just say thank you for that.
Thank you.
My name is Joe Roubaix. I am a parent of a student at Stone Valley Middle School, a member of the PTA. Laura, Brad, thank you for coming by our last meeting. It was fantastic. This is definitely a public comment thing. I also sit as the Alamo Police Advisory Committee. And after Uvalde, there's a lot of discussion nationally, but it really hit home because Stone Valley School, which my daughter goes to, is a secured campus. The school that she came from, Alamo Elementary, is a secured campus. And I start thinking, being the chair, being a father, that other schools in Alamo should be secured. And that's what I wanted to bring attention here. I just heard that there was a fence meeting earlier before Uvalde. But Uvalde really brought it out to me. I will look up that fence meeting. I will study it, but I want to offer to you my participation if needed in the committee. But I think we and I'm directing my local advisory committee to look at schools that are not secured and secure them. That's it.
Thank you. And just make sure, Dan, you have his information, Danny. Thank you.
My name is Bob Rohde. I graduated from Santa Monica High School in 1957. I probably got a few years on a lot of you in the crowd. My sons graduated in 87 and 90. I want to first ask a question. Which of you on the board did not vote for gender neutral bathrooms? You all voted for them. I had not planned to show up tonight, but I had lunch with a good friend of mine whose granddaughter goes to Monte Vista High School. And apparently it is not uncommon in that high school for girls to be giving oral sex to guys on campus. And you can guess where it happens, gender neutral bathrooms. So it seems to me that kind of falls right on your collective shoulders. And what are you doing about it? I talked to another friend whose daughter goes to Cal High, and apparently the same thing happens there. And it was the understanding they were going to have a guard there after COVID. Guard never showed up. So this is what you have created. Talk about immorality on our school campuses, just right, that lies right at your feet. And I think every one of you need to resign now. And let's get some people here who are concerned about teaching our kids what they need to learn, not all this stuff that you're forcing down their throats.
Okay.
I just wanted to mention to Mr.
Your name,
Birdie-
your name, please.
Yes, it's Asha Bajaj. I'm a local member of the community. My kids went to school here. They now have kids of their own, and given all the issues happening, I'm worried about my grandkids now. So I too have many more years on many people here. But I wanted to mention to Mr. Brody that if it wouldn't be the bathroom, it would be the back of a seat or a car seat. Children will find a way to have their pleasure principles applied anywhere and everywhere. So I personally think we have to stay with cultural and community norms, and all gender bathrooms are a requirement for today's gender fluidity and LGBTQ rights. But the reason I came up, because I was so surprised at, it almost felt like this huge hue and cry about an issue that's very important to people in this group. And I wanted to bring out one important thing, that vetting the media, teaching the kids and the consumers to know what's the right information, where the source is coming from, to vet the information, and then teaching kids how to be savvy consumers of information in media are very important at this stage. We wouldn't have the issues we're having with that young child being basically like a jihadi, being brainwashed. It's the same mechanics, and going and shooting people at random. Secondly, I think we really have to face this gun control issue square on. I hate to see our schools as fortresses, but somebody had mentioned about a secure school. That would help a lot. I think that'd be very important. And I also wanted to remind parents that they are showing their children on how to resolve conflicts. This could happen in an office situation. This could happen in their real lives later on, where such an issue comes up. Is this the example we're going to give them on how to resolve this? It becomes a public lynching of the person you're against. So I just wanted to bring to bear a little sanity and a little critical thinking in the matter. You know, make your points, but don't make it a public lynching of a person you're not happy with. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Rick Jarrett. I'm a resident of San Ramon, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself, and I would say I'm an advocate for strong families. I attended the meeting last month, and it seemed like the agenda centered around the LGBTQ issues, and one of the issues that brought that up was bullying of those kids. A week or two ago, as you know, shooting in Texas. The young man who committed that crime or those crimes, I understand, was a victim of bullying when he was a young man. That was one of the reasons why they think he did this. And then tonight, it seems like bullying comes up again. At the last meeting, I think I suggested you're not going to be successful in eliminating bullying. I mean, you're going to have a different program, spend millions of dollars on each issue that comes along? No, you're not going to be able to do it. It seems to me that issues like bullying, which, by the way, I Googled tonight, and that's a moral issue. Since when are you teaching morals? Are you teaching morals? I don't know. Are you authorized to? What morals do you teach? A lot of us agree that bullying is bad, but based on your agenda last month, a lot of people do not agree with your process for the LGBTQ community. I'm just saying you should rethink what you're doing, and whatever you do has unintended consequences that you don't even know what they are yet. Thank you.
Rick, excuse me, I don't have a card from you, so if you can pass the card. Very good. Thank you. Next.
Hi, I'm Bob Allen, and I'm a math teacher at Cal High. Some of my students are in this audience, and as you might know by now, I'm gay. I would like to thank the board for their recognition of Pride Month, and I mean this seriously. Happy Pride to all. When I introduce myself as a math teacher, I usually get one of two reactions. Unfortunately, the most popular response is, "Oh, I hated math." A subset of those respondents would then go on in excoriating detail about how this one math teacher wronged them. The second most popular answer is, "Oh, I liked math because there's always a correct answer." And I can see why people might think that if all they remember is solving for x in an algebra class. This, however, is an incorrect statement. Yes, x may equal 2, but the paths to get there are many and varied. The book I brought tonight is called 99 Variations on a Proof. The proof in the title is solving a cubic equation, and the variations chosen would challenge some of my colleagues' notions of what a proof is. And yet, you're fine. And yet, the proofs in the book are mathematical, sometimes slightly eccentric, sometimes artful, and yes, there's even a 2-column proof. Most importantly, they are all beautiful in their way. I bring this up during Pride Month because I am here to remind you that I and many of my colleagues are here to support your child, all of your children, be they gay, lesbian, trans, straight, NB, or none of these. We cannot predict the route to adulthood that an individual child will take. Most likely, the student's path will be circuitous, double back, zigzag a bit, and occasionally look as if they're making no progress at all. But we are here to support the students, all of the students. This meeting has started off with a bang, and I could have added to those remarks by mentioning the negativity that students and teachers live under every day. How my profession, my chosen profession, is under attack by some of the people in this room and in other states. But in this Pride Month, I choose to end on the fact that no matter who your child is, mathematical, slightly eccentric, artful, gay, straight, and or queer, I and my colleagues are here to support them on their beautiful and varied paths to adulthood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, dear members of the school board. I was going to talk under
Your name, please.
My name is Claudia Martinez Schwartz, and
My name is Jim Hinton.
we were going to talk under 10.1, but I fear that I might get short in time after all these presentations. So I'm going to talk now because it's related. I'm here with a group of Sermon Valley residents who are concerned with the most recent outward displays of hate in our schools. I have here a kind of chronology of the events that have happened in the last month or so. Cal High, hundreds of racist stickers displayed on campus on May 3rd. Across from Cal High, a preschool had drive-by hateful speech thrown out to preschoolers and before and after school care kids. On May 17th, obviously not in the school district, but in Danville, and I'll come to why this is related. White Lives Matter rally in Blackhawk and Camino. And on May 26th, a Black teacher in Sermon Valley High School receives hate texts and emails. Again in May 27, Cal High, George Floyd caricature graffiti in the bathroom saying, spare the air, spare me some air. And on May 29th, again, this didn't make it to the news. The White Lives Matter group was at Mount Diablo displaying their banners, and they had drone footage of that. And then last week, June 3rd, or maybe was it just 3 days ago, another drive-by hateful speech across from Cal High where children from Cal High and a preschool were again targeted with hateful speech. And we're told that they were going to all die. This after the shootings that we've experienced in the last month is irreprehensible. I've been a community member in Danville for 16 years. Jim here has been here for over 22 years. And this doesn't feel like the Danville we know. It doesn't feel normal. My kids went through school here. They're now 21 and 19. And I want to thank you all for the job you did. I know I didn't raise them alone. You guys helped. It feels to me like what's going on is deeper than just one incident or one kid acting out or a misread on an event maybe that we reacted to. And I like it appears to me that it's more organized. And we know that in the last decade, the district has undergone a change in its racial makeup from a white majority of 80% since 2000 to 40% white today, I believe. And this brings fear. I know this because I'm Hispanic. I know that I've experienced that fear in communities where I walk in. I'm a highly educated Hispanic who is well off. And sometimes I rub the people who are the majority the wrong way. And I have to let them know that I'm not here to take your position, your job, or change who you are, who you live.
Please finish your comments.
I'm sorry. I just want your district to consider addressing this issue broader than just your schools. To work with the council, to work with the police and security enforcement people, and to come up with solutions. And to consider us, the community groups. We represent a group called Save Democracy and Town Tuesdays. I also belong to the American Association of University Women, and I want you all to think of us as your partners. That's why we're here today. And I want to leave here behind a letter signed by some of us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, everyone who wished to speak this evening will get an opportunity. My question right now, is there anyone else who would like to speak during the non-agendized portion of the meeting? Seeing none, everyone else will have a chance to speak at the other points in the meeting. At this point then, moving on to item 9.2, our association president's reports. Are any of our association presidents? Okay, Laura Finko.
Good evening, everyone. Once again, I would like to start by acknowledging the land we are standing on this evening is that of the Ohlone Nation and the Takan tribe. We take a moment to reflect on those who came before us, their lives and their sacrifices, and how we can and should honor their land. My name is Laura Finko, and I am the SRVUSD president of the nearly 1,700 non-managerial certificated personnel in this district. Tonight, I'd like to share a few remarks. Research shows that more than 150 pre-colonial Native American tribes acknowledged third genders in their communities. Historians have also documented the highly regarded role of spiritual leaders in pre-colonial West Africa who were assigned male at birth but presented in feminine manner. Interpretations of the role and standing of Two-Spirit and their third gender people varied by tribe. What is clear from these accounts is that gender and sexuality was certainly more fluid in the Native American society than in European society. The effects of colonialism in Native American communities resulted in both marginalization on the basis of racist ethnic identity, but also on gender and sexuality. Christian European colonizers condemned same-sex relationships and gender variance as sinful, and use these beliefs to further dehumanize Indigenous persons. Native American Heritage Month, and this month being Pride Month, these enable us to honor and build awareness of the legacy left by many of those whose stories are rarely told. In honor of Pride Month, I've presented each of you with a Harvey Milk button designed and created by the CTA LGBTQ+ caucus. On this button is transcribed Milk's quote, "Hope will never be silent." And I'm standing here tonight as living proof for all of our kids here in the district that we will not be silent in the midst of hatred, especially that directed towards the LGBTQ community. We are also offering each SRVUSD member one of these I Am Here cards for their lanyards to easily identify for our students that they are safe. Our students deserve the best educational experience while here in our district. Later this evening, you'll hear a presentation about the district budget that I hope many of you will hang around for. As Mr. Hillman is presenting, I'd like us to listen carefully because on June 1st, it was announced that the leaders of the budget committees in the Senate and State Assembly had reached agreement on the legislative version of the 22-23 state budget. While corresponding detailed language for this legislation has not yet been currently available, the summary includes some notable difference between the legislative version and that of Governor Newsom's May revise. For local control funding, also known as LCFF, the legislative deal includes $4.5 billion ongoing above the governor's May revision proposal. This investment translates to an increase in the LCFF base rate of 16.2% relative to the 21-22 rate, which is inclusive of the 6.56 cost of living adjustment. The legislative budget proposal also increases the one-time block grant for educational agencies to $8.5 billion compared to the governor's proposal. However, while it's referred to as the Learning Recovery Discretionary Block Grant, the funds must be used for salaries, benefits, and employer contributions to benefit and pension costs. So how does this translate for us here in the district? The 16.2% increase in LCFF would mean $47 million plus in additional ongoing revenue, not the $11 million that the May revise provided. The one-time discretionary block grants can be used over 7 years for an additional $45 million, which can be used to gradually pay down the increase in employer contribution to STRS and PERS, which mitigates this burden. SRVUSD needs a student-centered budget that will guarantee that we retain and recruit the best educators for our students. Servia has presented a proposal that will provide incentive for educators to remain in our school and encourage others to select this district as the place to come teach. We are hoping management's response will be, which will be presented on Monday, will be favorable. To see the ever-increasing number of resignations the last 2 years has brought, we have to do something to stop the loss. I want to take a moment and thank our members, our teachers, our educators for this year. I am not sure that any of us thought that anything would have been harder than the almost 2 years of remote instruction and the constant pivoting that we had to do because of COVID. But yet this year has been significantly harder. Our teachers, counselors, social workers, nurses, SLPs, school psychologists, all the educators in the SRVUSD, along with our CSEA and SEIU brothers and sisters, did a Herculean job this year, working in unbelievable situations. We have seen a huge number of our ranks resign or retire, not just here, but across the nation. Our students are the ones who will suffer because of these losses. Finally, I'd like to close remarks in remembrance with those whose lives were lost in Texas. The teachers whose lives were lost along with the 19 children are unfathomable. We cannot stand here this evening without remembering those lives lost and the many since that first Columbine, when I first became aware of the mass shootings happening in our public schools across the nation. As Harvey Milk said, hope will never be silent. But folks, hope sure could use some help. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. I have one speaker card on this item, Ms. Sancontri. Please remember that your remarks are specific to the speaking comments from the President's Association.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
My name is again Taiwan Secountry. What I want to say to the president is you are mistaking why a bunch of senior and experienced teachers are retiring. They're retiring not necessarily because that they're not being paid enough. It's because they cannot stand teaching the curriculum that they don't want to teach and that they don't believe they have anything to teach. It's not their jurisdiction to teach about sex. However, these days, the curriculum that are imposed on them by Tony Thurmond and Newsom they have nothing to do with education. With all due respect to the gay math teacher who just spoke before me, I have had a lot of gay colleagues and teachers, professors in my lifetime. However, the reason why we're able to live as a society in this country is because we respect each other. Now, the conservatives have given the liberals so much stage, we are back to a corner. We're falling off the stage. That's why the teachers are resigning. I'm sorry, if you really want my child to learn about math, the way you keep talking about yourself makes me wonder how much math you're really teaching them. Or you're just teaching about how you sex. The president just spoke about how a tribe have sex. I'm not sure what that has to do with her jurisdiction, but let me tell her this in return, reciprocating, because she's talking about how people sex. I have to tell you how I sex. In the ethnicity I come from, I'm a Han Chinese originally. My ancestors in Taiwan came from Fujian, China in the 16th century. We were the ones who bailed out when the Muslims conquered China. We didn't believe in multiple partners in a marriage. How my ethnicity was in terms of sex, it is always one man and one woman. So much so that in our right, good. If you ever have to invent a character, a writing symbol for good, what would you create? my ancestor created a girl and a boy. Literally, good in Chinese character is made of girl and a boy. When a husband dies, usually if the woman has children, the woman will remain widow for her entire life. If the woman have any children, sometimes the wife might commit suicide because she doesn't want to be
Thank
raped
you for your comments.
by other people. I'm
Please
sorry.
finish.
You have nothing, whatever you guys mentioned before.
Helen,
also
your time
have
is up. Thank you very
you
much.
shut me down because I'm not Hispanic. There is another Latino.
Excuse me.
You didn't shut down. You gave her an extra 30 seconds. Talk because I'm yellow. I'm not as good as brown. Thank you.
Helen, thank you. Moving on to item 9.3, Superintendent's Report. No. We have a fire. Go ahead.
Thank you, President Mintz. Unfortunately, as we experience the different perspectives and views tonight, I'm going to put aside what I prepared because I think I need to address with you some of the things that are being shared. I will be speaking more specifically in the later agenda item about a number of pieces related to going forward and the strategy that we are proposing to you in terms of how to support going forward. But I think that in my remarks tonight, I want to speak specifically to the experience that we're hearing from our Cal High stunt team, which is a valid experience. Maybe voices will emerge later in the agenda, but there may or may not be in the room the other voices and perspectives that we're hearing loudly, and they need to be considered as well. And what I try to do, because I get that this is probably one of the most difficult things to lead through because of how deep and emotional every aspect of this is, based upon your experience, who you are, where you come from, and what you need us as an institution to understand. 2 weeks before all of this happened, a number of members of our team met with about 50 kids. Some of you were there. And it was connected to our Ethnic Studies Forum. Prior to that, a number of us met with other groups of students who represent our diversity, such as our Black Student Union. And again, we are one community trying to be as united as possible, as much as it may not be understood, and I get that, with a couple of clear guiding principles. Each and every kid must be safe, respected, and included. Not every student feels that way and has shared that with us. The reason for that may be race, orientation, gender, mental health, special need, but they don't feel okay in our schools. So I'll share a little bit about what we did know before my statement on Monday, because there's a lot of statements being made that we didn't know everything that we're hearing tonight. And it may upset the community to know that everything you shared about the purpose of the mascot, the name of the mascot, how it was used with hair and all the rest, we knew all of that.
Please.
The reason we knew all of that is because we actually spoke to people closest to the team, and I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to.
Please.
In a public forum, in a different forum, we will certainly share all of the details. In a public forum, I'm simply saying every single, and it doesn't need to be believed. I'm sharing this for you, and I'm sharing it for people that may be listening, and I'm also sharing it for people whose voices also need to be brought into this room. Part of what I think is our greatest challenge with the divides that we're living in the country and in the community, is that there are multiple perspectives, and my and our job is to reflect all of it. You don't need to believe it. I get that that's causing anger and upset, but I'm speaking the truth when I say we knew everything that was shared tonight before the statement on Monday. Because, and I will explain. The place where we probably disagree, I and my team disagree with some of the perspectives, and again, I've been saying clearly and loudly, I get that many people have been hurt, including our young people. It is our job as a system to be sure issues like this don't happen. We have a plan I'm going to speak to a little later to get to it. But I want to be clear, everything that is said tonight, we included before we spoke. I will continue, please.
Excuse me. Can you please excuse me? Please, I ask for you all to show respect to each other, and that includes the comments by our superintendent. Please give him an opportunity to make his statement, and those of you who have asked for time to speak will have your opportunity as well, and I suspect that each of you will also want to be heard without commotion. Please be respectful.
So again, I'm not going to belabor the point. People can disagree. We understood and we made a decision. And the reason we made a decision is because, and this is what I've been saying in every media outlet, I'll say it again tonight. We believe the mascot is wrong. We understand there was no malicious intent. We, as adults and as a system, take responsibility for the fact that it has existed for many years. We have heard from members of our community who have been deeply harmed by it, even without malicious intent. Some of those members of our community, we never spoke about color of skin and such, because to be frank, in my experience of being taught about issues of racism, we don't talk about shades of skin. That has never been part of what we say. We never spoke about ethnicity when we spoke about this. So there are a number of things that are being shared that I simply have to say, every record which we've studied, every comment which is videotaped, you can listen to it. It's all public information. We've said the same things. We don't believe the mascot should be there. The action needs to stop. No malicious intent. We understand the reasons it existed. We take responsibility for the many years that it had. Some people have been harmed, even though others have not. I shared with the media. The whole discussion around mascots has been in our country for a number of years, and some people don't understand, and other people feel it deeply. The truth that may or may not be understood by some in this room, and again, I can only share it because our job is to listen, as well as to elevate the voices of those who sometimes can't find their voice, as well as to be sure that the broad perspective is heard. And we have heard that some don't understand the problem, and I get that, but we as a district need to be sure that we're creating safe and inclusive spaces where everyone feels accepted. The other piece that I have tried to confirm and clarify, and again, it's all on audio tape, on media, but they actually have the whole 15 minutes if people are interested, is that, and again, I understand that this is a topic that's hard to help people fully get when I say we're an education institution. We got to create the spaces for kids to learn. It's our job as adults to make that happen. But I would think that what we all agree with is, I hope what we all agree with is that no one should be harmed or hurt in our schools.
I can't go to school because of you.
Excuse me. Please, wait.
And as much as I hear you, and again,
Excuse me, please stop. Let him make his comments as you all wish to make your comments. Ms. Gant, especially you right now. If you want to stay in the room, please show respect to others. Please don't say anything else at this point. Dr. Moy, please continue.
That is the predicament that we're faced with. I want all of our kids, including you, to be safe at school. And it's not an either or. We have kids in our schools that have told us most recently, and you would probably know it because you've heard it, that they don't feel safe in our schools for different reasons. Whether that is your experience or not, that's what we're dealing with here. And until we can get to a place where we actually deal with that issue, which is what the plan later tonight is trying to do, it's a divide that has to be, in my opinion, worked through. So again, clear messages. We made a decision that the existence of the mascot is wrong. We understood the reason it existed and the no malicious intent. My cabinet, I shouldn't have done that, I'm sorry.
Excuse me.
We knew, as I said, we made the decision and we tried to make that decision, realizing that we were also dealing with the fact that its existence caused harm in others. The challenge is, this may be the voice that's here tonight, and there are maybe some of you who are going to come up later, but I know there are other valid voices that might be here next week. And the question becomes, and this is something that I, as the educator in this district leading this system, says is, we will not get to a better place unless we create the spaces where we are willing to name it, interrupt it, figure out how it's impacting others without getting into labels and names. I get why people feel they've been called racists. That's not what we're doing. Calling something a racist incident is because harm has been caused for some. That is a distinction that I and we have tried to make since the beginning. Again, I will summarize and close by saying, I get the hurt, I get the anger, but what I don't get is why other perspectives and voices don't actually get held up as well while we're working through this. I don't understand the inaccuracies that we're all sharing in these spaces because it's not going to help us get to a better place. So, our goal later tonight to speak about how we will try to get to that better place. And excuse me. And I think that I'll close by saying the incident may not have, how do I say this? No, there are words, because what's going through my mind right now is I'm seeing you and the pain this has caused. And I take responsibility on behalf of all of us because adults. Yeah. But I need to be clear because I don't think I've been understood. And I better be clear because there's a whole bunch of other people I represent that have to hear me. Because if I don't do this, then I have no integrity. And I will keep my integrity forever. So I want to be clear. We have a problem that we must deal with. We are causing harm even when we don't intend to. If you're not harmed, so be it. But if somebody else is, their voice and experience matters. Some of our kids have said to us that they've got no place for their voice. You have voice, and I'm grateful to hear your voice. But we're not making spaces for everybody's voice. So we are not making spaces for everyone's voice. And the reason I'm saying that is because some people are afraid. Some people have been harmed and won't come forward. Our goal is each and every student safe. Right now, that's not the case. We got a great district, but we got to work on this. This is a circumstance, an incident, and a situation that brings to light what we've got to work on. And what I've been saying to every media outlet and every email I send, because I checked every one of them, to all of you who have written me, it's the same message. And you've heard it 3 times now, so I won't repeat it again. But we have to do better. And you're going to hear it tonight. Staff, administration, parents and caregivers to create conditions where our kids are willing to wrestle with these tough issues, or we're not going to get to a better place. Because from my seat, tonight I'm hearing you. The phone has been very busy with all of those that disagree with you. And I think I'm not saying anything that you don't know when you say it's reflecting the intensities in our country, and it's reflecting the intensities in our community. And the only way I see through this is education and accountability. But you can't have the accountability when we haven't even provided the spaces for education, because how could I hold kids responsible when they may not know that some people are harmed by that?
Both sides are harmed.
Unfortunately, I will only speak to that because I think your voice matters. Both sides have been harmed. And that's why we have to get to this, because I will quote something from one of your classmates. How come when something happens like this, our experience is never brought to light? Our experience of feeling discriminated against, whether you feel that or not, is real. So, I will say one last comment and then I'll end. It is very unfortunate if we cannot create the place where we can understand each other's experience. I don't believe it is right for us to tell somebody else how they're feeling about an incident. I don't think it's right to say you shouldn't be harmed. You may not be harmed, but I don't think it's right. And as a San Ramon Valley Unified School District, if with your blessing and direction, we want to get to that next step. Last thing we want is for incident after incident to happen, and those who don't feel they have any power or voice feel that we're not responding while we're trying to serve everybody. And that's a tall order, but that's the goal. And hopefully later this evening, I'll be able to speak more completely about that program.
And that'll be pretty soon here. I do, however, have one card on item 9.3, and it's Miss Sun Country.
It's okay. You can just say it. It's Taiwan, Tywon, Socontry, Socontrie. So, Superintendent Malloy, I want to say something to your face. I've always wanted to say, but I didn't want to because I am someone who gives people the benefit of the doubt. The first time I encountered you when I was frequently coming to public meetings, and sometimes you deliberately make sure the public meetings are not participable by the public. And I spoke on certain questions after the meeting, and I was talking to Miss Fisher, and you came on to me. I was so shocked the way you spoke to me. You spoke to me like a white supremacist, like a colonist that you would on a yellow person. And I have always wanted to ask you, how did you hear about our little humble school district from this great nation called Canada, all the way on the East Coast? It was 2020, the year of the virus. You were so brave to venture down here to join us. I have gone through at least 5 or 6 different superintendents. I have always felt respected, no matter how we disagreed on educational principles. And I even gave you the benefit of the doubt of your marching direction for learning something even more in depth in terms of your guidance to all the teachers and all of your cabinet members. You know how it translated this year academically? Teachers never finished what they were supposed to teach per California standards. If the students were lucky to get 50% of the standards, they'll get a C. Those who got an A, they went to after school, Chinese owned after school that charges thousands of dollars at first to teach. You are a hypocrite. You said you want everyone to learn to feel safe. I feel unsafe because of the way you speak to me. If you dare speak to me as a parent in a public meeting in America like that, how would your teacher speak to my child in a school district, closed doors? If you really want everyone to learn, why is it that all I hear every time I come here is about teaching, about political agenda. You know, I didn't know about what's going on tonight, and I'm not going to comment on something I don't know. But from what I heard tonight, I feel that you could have prevented a lot of people getting hurt. Half of the people here are hurt because of you. And that's why the people who
Thank you
are
for your
really
comments.
hurt don't have time nor the space
Please.
to be heard because of you.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm a yellow person. I can't take 30 seconds more. I agree.
No, everyone gets the same amount of time. Thank you. Moving on to our action items. Item 10.1 is consideration of approval of next steps for the Equity Action Plan for 2022-2023. Dr. Malloy.
Thank you, President Mintz. I want to start by saying that the proposal in front of you is part of our strategic directions already. Everything that we wish to deliver has been something you approved a year ago. What we're asking for tonight, though, is to have the human resources for a period of time that will allow us to expedite this already existing plan. We have, as I said just earlier, received considerable feedback from students and other partners, parents, and community members about the work we need to do. I think the work we need to do is obvious because as much as we've been talking about many other important things tonight, our goal is actually that students are learning deeply and that they're being successful. And we know from everything that is common sense as well as research-based that that doesn't happen unless kids feel that sense of acceptance and inclusion and support. And yes, there are issues that emerge. There are experiences that happen. There are cultures and contexts in our campuses which sometimes gets in the way. And when we explore it and when we investigate it, what we find 80% of the time, give or take, is that, as I said earlier, there was no harm intended, but harm was caused. And I think that that is a first principle for what we want to do with this work. Create spaces for our educators first to understand how to see what's happening, interrupt where necessary, facilitate good discussions for kids and colleagues, and allow us to transform some of these unintended actions. When it's an intended action through our investigation, we have a whole different process we follow. We're not talking about that this evening. And I do believe that that includes consequences and accountabilities and so forth. But the challenge is, we know and we've seen and we've experienced that whether it's from our culture, social media, whether it's what goes on in school, between friends, between colleagues, we need to do a better job of understanding how each and every one of our students is experiencing us and how we can do our very best to create the conditions I've shared. One of the things that have been asked of us since we put out this proposal is, what is this? And why do we need it? And is this a knee-jerk reaction to all the things that are happening presently? And the answer is no. What we've learned from an already existing structure called MTSS liaisons, which I won't go into the details except to say it's our staff members working with other staff members and students to help us think about effective instruction and how to intervene when kids aren't learning where they need to learn. This particular resource would work hand in hand with our already existing MTSS liaisons, and we would like for them to work hand in hand with our program supervisors who happen to serve our students with special education needs. There is a lot of research that we can share that says when colleagues are supporting colleagues, the biggest transformation happens. So that is our goal by doing this. Safe, inclusive, supportive, and respectful learning communities for all students. Respecting the fact that, as I said earlier, that's not always the case. Ensuring that the adults, parents, caregivers, and staff are working together to make the difference, and to ensure that with all that is successful in SRVUSD, we aren't afraid to admit where we need to improve. And I think that's the key piece here which, as I've said, is not specific to Cal High or any one incident at a school. The bottom line is this: we need to create opportunities through the learning. This is not stepping away from academics. This is not stepping away from our commitment to deep learning, for example, helping kids think and create and collaborate so as to be really great citizens in our community and beyond. So we serve all the students here. And we understand that what we want to provide is so necessary and important. But we believe that by supporting each other to create the spaces for learning, we can enhance compassion and empathy too, which is also another part of our strategic directions. We heard it tonight. We are an exceptionally diverse district. We've shared that data everywhere. And representation matters. So part of what you're seeing in this plan is how we ensure that the voices that represent the diversity of our community are also a part of any work that we do going forward. We've collaborated, certainly with our equity steering committee, with many of our equity leaders. We've connected with our PTA leaders and our Ed Fund leaders regarding this. We've worked with our NAACP colleagues from Hayward who are here this evening. We have connected with our San Ramon Valley Diversity Coalition, our principals, our students. As I said, we've met with over 100 students in just the last month alone. And we are looking for your approval so that we can have the human resources to move the important work that we're talking about forward in an expeditious way and in an effective way. In other words, what was once a 5-year plan, we don't believe, based upon what we've been experienced, can be a 5-year plan. And in order for us to expedite that, we need the human resources. And I say for a period of time. Let me be clear what I mean by that. Budgets are always shifting. And yet, we also hopefully are going to learn, like we have with our MTSS liaisons, to be better. And then we'll decide what kind of supports we need down the road. So in other words, obviously we need to be able to afford it, and we need to be sure it's meeting the need. In this case, the need is to provide effective instruction, appropriate intervention in a learning community that is the space for the compassion, for the empathy, for the dealing with issues that emerge like these, so we can get to a better place without all the harm that is caused, especially from those who've shared with us that they're harmed the most often. So we take care of everybody, but we're leaning in with those who might need us the most. Deb Pettish and team are going to provide the very specifics to this plan. I wanted to provide the higher level context. So I'm going to call on Debbie and Hong to come forward.
Good evening, trustees, Dr. Malloy, and distinguished members of cabinet. Thank you so much for having us here this evening. As Dr. Malloy said, we are really here to provide additional information on our equity action plan. So there are several components to our proposed plan. One of the most pivotal pieces involves adding 15 of what we are calling equity liaisons. These individuals would be certificated staff members working under the supervision of our equity director, Dr. Hong Nguyen. And while they are under the direction of a district staff member, they would also be working alongside administrators, teachers, counselors, psychologists, etc., at an assigned school site. So this approach really solves two purposes. By being assigned a school site, we feel that these individuals will be able to build strong and trusting relationships with staff, students, and the community. So while we feel that building strong relationships is, of course, important when we hire staff members, it will be especially crucial to the success of these individuals. By working under the direction of Hong and other district level staff members, we would be taking a systemic approach to addressing the inequities that exist across our district. So these equity liaisons would be performing a number of job duties. These responsibilities include developing, coordinating, and implementing professional development for both classified and certificated staff members. The liaisons would support the development and implementation of policies and practices around discrimination and hate. They would serve as a liaison between the community and the school to help develop and sustain trusting and supportive relationships that will benefit students, staff, families, the school, and the district as a whole. And they will identify instructional practices that contribute to disproportionate outcomes of historically underrepresented youth for the purpose of providing recommendations and support to building equitable access to learning opportunities. It is important to note, and Dr. Malloy has already highlighted, that these equity liaisons will absolutely not be working in silos. Rather, they would be working very closely with our multi-tiered systems of support, or MTSS as they're commonly known, liaisons, along with our special education staff. By integrating these teams and building a more coherent system of support, we intend on creating kind of a cadre of change agents whose goal is to improve the achievement of students, of all students, including those from diverse backgrounds. So before turning it over to Hong, I also wanted to talk a bit more about the learning opportunities we plan on implementing in the 22-23 school year. The professional development for staff would focus on the impact of explicit and implicit bias. So though we have done a lot of work in the past on implicit bias, this particular professional development would focus in on how it is impacting aspects of our practice, our instructional strategies, our discipline practices, our grading and assessment practices, etc. So how those explicit, implicit biases really impacting the work that we do day in and day out. It will also be really important with our PD to focus on how to implement effective, culturally responsive teaching practices so that we are really allowing all students the opportunity to access the material, which really is, it's a little bit deeper than this, but essentially equates to increasing engagement in the classroom. Another important feature of our PD is on how to create inclusive environments, so inclusive of all students across our sites that affirm the very diverse identities and experiences students bring into our classroom. We also want to provide developmentally appropriate learning opportunities for our students so they can understand their role in creating inclusive environments. We have heard loud and clear from our students this year, and again, Dr. Malloy alluded to this, that they not only want, but they feel that they need both staff and students to really understand how to address these equity issues at a much deeper level than we have been in the past. So I will turn it over to Dr. Nguyen, of course, our equity director, to provide additional details on the plan.
Hi, board and community. I just wanted to go into our equity steering committee. Currently, our equity steering committee had finished 4 meetings. And of course, in our equity steering committee, we went through, had a lot of different discussions, looked at data, and then also came up with some recommendations for next school year. When we look at the makeup of our equity steering committee, it is made up of board members, staff, students, as well as community members. And in there, we have about 20 plus. So we are proposing that the composition of the equity steering committee for next school year will change to include one staff member, 1 parent, and 1 secondary student from each school. And we feel like this is really important because we do also want to be addressing some of the issues that are at the site levels when it comes to discrimination and hate. We will also create a student-only component to the equity steering committee because one of the things that we are hearing is that the students need to be heard. And so we want to be able to give a space for our students to actually be heard. We will also look at our steering committee and within there have a representation of a diverse representation as well as from different backgrounds. So we know that that's also very important. And so looking at the different makeup of our equity steering committee is something that we will do as well. So we wanted to make that proposed change. Additional components to the plan include improving diversity of textbooks. We know that that's important. And that also includes novels that we're reading in the classrooms. refining our responses to discrimination and hate. We've been using our discrimination and hate handbook this year, and we know that with the different discrimination and hate incidents that are occurring on campus, that we do need to make some changes to that. And so that's something that we want to make sure that we're focusing on. We also want to focus on the leadership development of our underrepresented staff. And we know that we need to make sure that we're bringing up our underrepresented staff into more leadership positions within our district, because students are telling us that they want to be able to see themselves in the adults in our system. And of course, continuing the use of our care line. We have a care line. The purpose of that is for any reporting of incidents that are occurring, and we want to have a focus of discrimination and hate within that. And so we're segmenting that into 8 separate options, and so there's going to be one option for discrimination and hate, and so that's something that we are going to be adding to our care line. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Keith to talk about hiring and recruiting.
Thank you, Hong. So I want to begin by talking about some of the things that we've done this year and how that's going to set the stage for some of the intentions and plans that we have for next year. So this past school year, we pursued several new strategies in the Human Resources Department to support and advance our equity goal to recruit and hire a more diverse classified and certificated workforce while addressing our staffing needs in what we know was the midst of an unprecedented labor shortage. Because we're in the thick of the hiring season for next school year right now, and will continue to be in that season throughout the summer months, we won't know the full impact of all of those measures until after the new school year is underway. I will share, though, that for classified employees, in addition to our traditional recruiting and posting of vacancies through the well-known internet-based outlet called EdJoin, we advertise vacancies through school newsletters, on social media, including Facebook and Instagram, on local Tri-Valley radio, on governmentjobs.com, and on billboards in Alameda County along highways 580 and 880. This helped us to broaden our reach and to advertise our hiring needs to a more diverse potential applicant pool. We also held 7 classified employee recruitment events, both in person as well as in virtual environments, which is more than we have ever done during the course of a school year. At this time, we're planning to continue a number of those strategies to recruit new hires for the 22-23 school year and to expand further upon them. During the past 2 weeks alone, we've sent communication to our entire parent community, advertising our hiring needs and asking for their consideration to work for the district where they have the qualifications, the interest, and the availability to do so. And we've just recently entered into a 3-month pilot period with Indeed, which is another well-known based online platform, to advertise our classified hiring needs for the coming school year. In our first week alone, which has just ended, I believe, as of today, we've received over 600 resumes from a very broad array of applicants for classified employment within our district. And we are screening those and we are sending those to our hiring managers on a daily basis. So at least initially, we're really encouraged by the response that we've received through this newest recruitment strategy. We've also expanded our efforts this spring to require a broader, or to recruit and hire, a broader and more diverse pool of certificated employees for next year. In past years, our district has attended or hosted approximately 7 teacher recruitment events each spring, and those have been almost exclusively based either locally or here in Northern California. This year, we attended 11 teacher recruitment events in different parts of the state, in Northern California, Southern California, in the Central Valley. And we even attended 3 events out of state. We attended one at Arizona State University, and for the first time ever, we recruited at 2 HBCUs, that's historically black colleges and universities, located in North Carolina and in West Virginia. We also hosted not 1, but 3 of our own teacher recruitment events. So in total, as compared to 7 in a typical year, we hosted or attended 17 different teacher recruitment events between February and April of this year, which is the thick of the teacher recruitment season. As I said earlier, we won't be able to assess the results of these expanded recruitment efforts in bringing about a more diverse certificated workforce until we complete the hiring season over the summer. But based upon those results, we plan to continue broadening the footprint that we use in which we're recruiting teachers by expanding our reach into HBCUs, perhaps in Texas, as well as other southern states. We intend to explore developing an alliance with the Black Teacher Project and visiting local teaching credential programs to both market ourselves and share the great work that we're doing to improve here in San Ramon Valley. We also intend to tap into other local organizations that might assist us in accessing underrepresented individuals who are either credentialed or who are in the process of earning their certification to teach in the public schools. Our detailed plans will take shape as we move through the summer and probably get firmed up early in the fall. In addition, next fall, we will begin to examine our employment application processes, our screening processes for applications, and our processes for interviewing and selecting applicants for employment here in our district. Our goals will be to ensure that our applications for our vacant positions adequately reflect the strategic directions that have been approved by the board, that we use a screening process that to the very best extent of our ability eliminates implicit and explicit bias, which may limit or preclude access of some individuals or groups of individuals from employment opportunities here in our district, and that we construct interview processes which are fair, unbiased, and inclusive while they assess each individual applicant's experience, potential, and readiness to serve our students and our community in the manner in which our strategic directions call for. As we plan this work at this time, we see it involving collaboration, involving human resources leaders, existing employees, including employees who are currently ethnically underrepresented in our school district, district management staff, our equity director and other equity leaders, union representatives, and community representatives. We believe that such broad-based participation in the process will help ensure that a wide variety of experiences and perspectives informs our work and that our outcomes reflect what we're hoping to achieve. As is the case with the recruitment plans I mentioned a few moments ago, these plans will come to fruition over the summer months as well and will be launched after the start of the new school year. Okay, thank you. At this time, I'm going to pass it on over to Debbie to conclude our presentation.
Thank you, Keith. It will be extremely important to measure the impact that our Equity Action Plan is having on the experiences of our students. Do they feel that the classroom and school environments are more inclusive? Have we implemented effective teaching practices in an effort to close some of the achievement gaps that exist in SRVUSD? Do our students feel that ever important sense of belonging in their classes? In order to measure these, we will be looking at a variety of data. First, and perhaps most important, we'll be listening to students using a variety of forums. We will also be looking at the extent to which our workforce, as Keith just alluded to, is becoming diversified. We'll be looking at CAST and other standardized testing data to determine whether or not those achievement gaps are closing. In terms of social emotional well-being, we will examine both our social emotional well-being screener survey that is given multiple times per year, as well as the California Healthy Kids survey. And finally, we'll be looking at the number of racial incidents that are occurring across our campuses and whether or not those are being reduced due to our efforts. So thank you so much for allowing us to speak about this very important plan this evening. Thank you.
And before we turn it over, I just want to provide one summary comment, which is the focus of this is supporting our staff. Because we believe that when our staff has the right support, we can create the right conditions partnering with parents and caregivers. We're looking for the human resources this evening so we can get moving, and we know we still have collaboration to do with our partners, especially Servia, regarding how we're going to have that unfold. The other piece that I want to just emphasize is that the issues that we're facing and that our kids are living in aren't going away. And what our staff has shared with us is they need more support to be able to facilitate this work because they want to do it effectively. And we've heard some things tonight where that hasn't always been the case. And I again know that that's because the support needs to be provided. The other piece that I think tonight exemplifies is the emotion surrounding these experiences is one that again needs skill to facilitate. And so if we're going to create the kind of safe space so that no one is bullied for any reason, including what we heard from our STUN team this evening, no one is bullied, no one is silenced, no one is harmed. We need to ensure that we invest in our staff so as to create the conditions to help our kids not only learn, but to feel really included in our schools. So that's what this proposal is about.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, staff, for your comments and for putting forward the plan. For this evening, what I'd like to do is start with any clarifying questions from our board members, and not comments, just questions of the presentation. And then we will move on to public comments. What I would ask, however, is if you would like to make a comment, I need those comment cards into me before we start the public portion, just so we have a clear understanding of how many people are going to be speaking. So with that, board members, any questions of staff before we hear from the public? And again, I have everyone else's cards in front of me already. Go ahead, Laura.
Okay. With the equity liaisons and as they are, I'm assuming they'll be individually assigned to school sites. Is that correct and shared?
That is correct.
Will each high school have their own, or will there be? Have you gone that far with the plan, or?
We have, our current plan is for each high school to have one, for each middle school to have a 0.5, so one would obviously share two middle schools, and then 7 across our elementary schools.
And then in terms of the professional development that I'm assuming that they'll be initiating and providing, will the teachers in the classroom have the bandwidth and the support to be able to actually have the time to do that professional development and then implement? And will that professional development be required?
You know, we're hearing from our teachers. We've had several meetings with key members of the community, including our teaching staff, and saying that it's really can't be a choice anymore. That every single staff member, classified and certificated, this is so important that every single member needs to engage in this professional development. One of the things that we're finding with the MTSS liaisons is it's really nice to have them associated with the school, because they can figure out the best time. They work with, of course, beside the principal, the leader of that site, to determine when is the best time for staff to engage in this professional development. Not if it's going to happen, but when. Is it more appropriate on, a late start, early release? Is it more important on doing it, one of those PD days that we have integrated into the calendar? And that's a really nice aspect of having additional liaisons who can then work with the staff, because every staff, we have 36 sites and they all have slightly different cultures when it comes to that.
If I may. We've also learned that sometimes we need to bring everybody together into a room for awareness. But the actual change happens when we are using actual case studies of what's going on in the schools related to culture, related to discipline, related to grading, that might bring out some of these challenges. And by engaging right there, that's what we would find through our previous work makes the biggest difference. So that's part of what we want to create through this. It's a on the ground type resource.
And Dr. Malloy talked about how this had originally been, and it shifted a little bit, but been a 5-year plan, and now we're looking to expedite it, which is part of this kind of inserting a lot more resources. With that, the expediting of it, do you have a sense of like a timeline and any kind of benchmarks that you're looking to in terms of when professional development, core basic professional development will happen, when the students will start to see the effects of that in the classroom? Do you have a sense of that yet?
we're still kind of working out the details of that. We do have 2 professional development days built into the school year before the students actually come. And so so integrated into at least one of those days will be kind of the start of some of this all staff professional development. We also, it's going to be very important, however, to, depending on the 15 liaisons that are hired, to have Dr. Nian work very closely with them on building capacity. Because we imagine, like anybody, they'll be coming in at different spots. They'll have their areas of expertise. And so giving her some opportunities also to build capacity across them by engaging with them in professional development. Because I don't really imagine any student specific learning opportunities happening until those liaisons have at least a semester, for example, to really get to know the staff, the students, the community. But all of these are still in the working stages.
One last thought. So we know that, when we look at our 4 high schools and, each community is different. And we talk about a district-wide equity. Has there been any discussion around, feeder pattern or school site specific equity site councils types, if you will? Has there any, or even just within the students?
The only thing that I think is important for us to consider is that once, if you approve this and we have human resources to help us shape it, we've always said that at the district level, we follow the certain parameters that are directed by you. But each site is unique. So let's just say that 25 people want to be involved in this district committee and we're only taking 3. Well, I would say to that principal, you've got 15 people or however many you want that you can do some local work with. The only challenge though, and I want to emphasize this, because sometimes people hear something like equity liaison and they think we're going to do something over here that's not part of our core work. When we talk about helping kids engage in deep learning, we're talking about helping them think about things, look at all the sources, look at all the perspectives, figure things out. When we're talking about staff facilitating that kind of learning, it means using certain strategies really effectively. And we want to be sure that this isn't out here separate from, because too often we hear that, well, that's the equity person's job because it has to do with somebody feeling they don't belong. No, that's all of our job. All of our jobs to do that, and how are we going to support that work? That's the key message going forward. But yes, each individual site might choose to create an equity council, or if the school's smaller, they might just create a strategic council to work with site council and such to do whatever they feel they need to do to move the work forward.
Can I ask a follow-up question to what kind of experience or background would you be looking for in hiring these 15 coordinators?
We would definitely want them to have knowledge and ideally experience in the world of equity, in terms of having provided professional development for staff in the past, because that will be really, really important for them to get up in front of sometimes large staffs, such as some of our high schools, and really be able to provide strong professional development, not just talk at people. We think there's a really important aspect too of going into classrooms and coaching teachers and staff. And when you read any of the PD literature, which you haven't like me, but I hope you haven't, it's quite dull. But one of the most important components is this idea of it's so important that individuals go into others' classrooms and they provide that really, really important feedback on what's going well and what they might consider changing. And so individuals who have kind of that coaching background, that would be very desirable as well. And then ideally a diversified work staff.
And what's the source of the professional development that you'll be using, or have you determined that yet?
We've made some decisions. So we've partnered with several organizations, and we imagine that some of the professional development will be created and implemented in-house, meaning that once Hong, depending on the individuals who are hired and once Hong is able to build some capacity, we can create a lot of that professional development, just like our MTSS liaisons are currently doing at our sites. However, we do think it's very important to partner with outside organizations. And so we've been talking to at least 4 or 5 different thought partners, essentially, in terms of what they can offer us with regard to professional development. Some of them are here tonight.
And if I can just add one other piece. Sometimes after we have the awareness part, we need to employ, I'll use a term, a protocol that allows us to understand how to speak to each other about these challenging issues, how to listen closely enough so that we can understand what others might be experiencing, how we can do that in a way that doesn't necessarily move us quickly to a reaction that might actually silence or end that kind of opportunity from happening. And there are protocols that exist that would allow us to do that, which means that, again, too often when we're talking about this topic, we think that there's some program that in and of itself is going to move us. And we need knowledgeable others, like the collaborators we've spoken about, but we've got to do the work. And the protocols can help us do that work, not only with each other as staff members, but this job description, if you looked at it, also has a component engaging families, as well as helping our staff engage our students, as well as students to students. We're going to be relying on our student leaders as well to say, how does this work for you? What do we need to be thinking about? How does this work for 15-year-olds as opposed to adults working with 15-year-olds kind of thing? It's all part of the process.
Other questions?
So, Dr. Malloy, the number that's down in the budget implications, that's for 1 year, right? But I'm picturing from what you've described that you're envisioning this to last maybe 1 or 2 years. And then could you comment on the vision of like how long?
I'll start on the vision part, and then Danny may need to help on the budget part. So right now, we have 26 MTSS liaisons, and there's a clear process that they've been engaged in, and we want that to continue. Next year, we're proposing 15 FTE to assist us with as equity liaisons, working together. We don't know what our budget's going to be yet. Even though we're going to talking budget tonight, you're going to also hear tonight how we're going to talk about it again in August, and we're going to talk about it again in December. So once we realize what our resources are, and there are other commitments we've already publicly stated we would like to fulfill with any additional dollars, that's all still part of this discussion. We can see basically how have we moved, where are the gaps, and what resources do we require? And then we might not need 41 staff members doing this. We might need 25, and we would mix some of them being equity liaisons with MTSS liaisons. So where I'm going with this is we're going to study this as we go, like we did with the MTSS liaisons, and we're going to make decisions with you on where it needs to go next, and it's all subject to budget. But Danny, did I miss anything that you'd want to add from that? Okay.
I guess my question was somewhat similar in terms of how we describe this work as a project versus a process going forward that includes full-time staff members. Because once we hire people, we wouldn't want to then let people go a year or two from now, unless the idea is that these are temporary positions with specific goals and results in mind, recognizing that this is the kind of work that doesn't just end. But, you know, when we're talking about people and jobs, that's the part I want to be clear about. And I think you answered part of that with the combination of MTSS, but maybe you can speak a little bit more to that.
So one of the things we've learned is that positions like this tend to attract some people who are very interested in leadership development in a formal way, meaning this is also a great succession plan. In other words, our newly appointed assistant principals, for example, many of them come from the MTSS liaison group. So number one, you've heard tonight from Keith, we really do have a staffing shortage, and we are concerned about it. So we are not concerned necessarily about anyone losing a position. Number two, we've already seen a ton of attrition because many of those people who were with us last year have moved on into administrative roles. And so we believe that with budget and with staffing needs and with attrition, anybody who wants to stay in these leadership roles, we can accommodate. We believe that that is a safe risk to take based upon how we see these things unfolding.
And at some point, the board will be seeing official job descriptions for these positions. Because it's a new position for us, correct?
So we certainly will do that, but I will share with you that we intend to post these positions immediately. And with those positions, we need to post not necessarily a formalized job description, but at least a pretty comprehensive list of expectations and duties that go with it, so that applicants out there know exactly what it is they're applying for. And given where we are right now in terms of timing, yes, we are 2 months out from the start of school. But the board will probably recall that about a year ago at this time, you approved the hiring of 26 new MTSS liaisons and 11 elementary counselors. That was also in early June. That was a daunting thought, but we actually did it. And so it's really important to us that we get the positions posted right away, and out there, and that we start generating interest in and applications for those positions.
And we can share the actual job description because it's written with our community and with you through our notes and such. Yeah.
And then just one general question about the equity plan in general. Anything about disciplinary actions, restorative justice, and how those type of consequences fit in as we speak to those who do things like, graffiti on walls, as opposed to those who are victimized by those same acts?
Yeah, we definitely have plans that are in place. We have a number of schools that are partaking in restorative justice trainings right now, and we want to be able to push that out so that way we have common language across our district on what that looks like and how we can actually build in community circles or have conversations in the classrooms, because we know that it does start there. And then, of course, with our punitive approach versus restorative approach, looking at different incidents that are occurring on campus and what we need to do in order to move forward with making sure that we repair harm for the victims that are there, but then also at the same time put in different approaches that are appropriate for students when something does happen on campus. And so we do have plans for our equity liaisons to really support that.
Yeah, and just one quick editorial comment on that, and that is, because of confidentiality, we don't share what discipline actions have been taken. However, I think it's important for us to ensure that the board, the public, understands that we do have a process for consequence and discipline that we follow through on.
Yeah, we definitely do.
Okay. Board
Yeah, I have a
member,
couple.
Susanna, go ahead.
Real quick. For the equity liaisons, because we have going to hire 15. So I know you've talked about a lot about coaching and, working with the vice principals and maybe even, the community members, but they're certificated positions. So they're also educators. So they would be working on also looking at curriculum and all that too, right? And not just
Absolutely.
the equity part, but the learning, educational part. Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Absolutely. These are certificated staff members, and we plan on having them be really key to some of our curriculum initiatives that Hong talked about this evening and other initiatives, essentially diversifying our curriculum.
Thank you. And then the other question was about the equity steering committee. You're going to be adding participants, right, in that committee. So how are you going to, do you know how you're going to encourage maybe more diverse perspective? Because as we all know, if we join a club or something, it's usually, right, we tend to go to the groups that we're comfortable with, which is usually then almost kind of go against the diversity, right? So how do you plan to
Yeah, we've
encourage?
gone through different approaches before. And so when we put together a committee in the past, whether it's culture and climate, we put out applications, and then that way we were seeking applications for students or for community members to participate in and just get interest that way. We also have done, just really do more of the ground level, speaking to our administrators and seeing if there are people that are interested to be in this. We know that the steering committee that we're proposing is going to be much bigger. And so depending on that number, it might need to be scaled down according to leader patterns as well. And so that's something that we'll look at as we start to build our steering committee. And of course, we're hoping for diverse voices within that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, at this point then we can open it up for public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes apiece. At the same time, I ask if someone has made your comments already for you, you can just let me know that you've agreed with someone, not to limit anyone, but just to keep the conversation going. First one up is Mike Arata. And Mr. Arata, you're going to be speaking specifically about the Equity Action Plan this time, correct? Thank you. Go ahead, your 3 minutes.
The equity program has two primary interests: alleged opposition to racism and support for LGBTQ students. Unfortunately, the anti-racism component is itself overtly racist, as illustrated, for example, in 2 adopted textbooks. The first is stamped Racism, Anti-Racism, and You. Author Jason Reynolds divides the world into segregationists, assimilationists, and anti-racists. The assimilationists are go-along, get-along types who believe that, quote, Black people as a group can be changed for the better so as to fit in. Might be interested in who the assimilationists are. They include Frederick Douglass, Abraham Lincoln, Booker Washington, W.E.B. Du Bois, Martin Luther King, Clarence Thomas, and even Barack Obama. They're all assimilationists. Reynolds' fashionable paragons of anti-racism are communist Angela Davis and the self-acclaimed Marxist co-founders and grifters of Black Lives Matter, who want to do away with the nuclear family and the tight grip of heteronormative thinking. And the allegedly anti-racist music, which Reynolds chooses for, quote, driving change and empowerment, it includes the output of rappers Slick Rick, Ice-T, and NWA, which stands for Niggas with Attitude. Pardon me, but that's what it stands for. NWA's vile, obscenely misogynistic, and murderous Straight Outta Compton is recommended in particular. I've played it at this board to no effect. Not everything bounces off you people. Another supposedly anti-racist textbook is This Book is Anti-Racist. No, in fact, the book is a caricature of anti-racism. The author's note first paragraph says, we'll capitalize Black, Brown, Indigenous, people of color, and folks of the global majority. And indeed, throughout the book, white is the only racial characterization not capitalized. Then there's this: being racist against white people is not a thing, quote unquote. So I can have prejudice against white people. In our society, reverse racism is not real. Your textbooks teach youngsters that they are white supremacist oppressors and that everyone else is a victim of systemic racism. So is your pushing of homosexualism and transgenderism at even kindergartners. More about that anon under textbook adoptions. Meanwhile, the Responding to Hate and Discrimination Handbook that you mentioned says plainly that when incidents occur, district personnel are to create a fact sheet about the incident and keep it updated, specifically correcting misinformation. We're still waiting for such a fact sheet in the most current incident after the anticipated hour-and-a-half filibuster by Mr. Malloy and his troops. Thank you.
Sharon Arata is next. Sharon Arata. Your cards were next to each other.
I've taught for 53 years, and I haven't stopped teaching in one capacity or another, public or private. 53 years ago, I was actually in Columbus, Ohio, teaching in inner city schools. Fantastic experience, intact families, wonderfully ambitious, respectful students. And then I came to the Bay Area and San Ramon. I realized things were happening with other parents. As a teacher, they always wanted me to know and bounce it off of me. And they started asking me, what do you know about these things that are going on Is it undercover? Did the board really adopt these policies out in the open? What's going on? So then I had some people from the legislature actually say to me, why don't you go to IMC and check out the materials in the orange binder? And I found such things as how to divorce your parents, how to teach that to kids, how to take confidentiality oaths in the classroom. Your current version is not having parents opt in, just have things happen without parents knowing. But and another one was if you are feeling as a student or a child inhibited sexually, why don't you try it in the group setting and try maybe sleepovers? So it all sounds so innocuous, all sounds wonderful, but it was outrageous and awful. And so now we're in 2022, and I thought maybe I'd ask you some current questions with your equity program. Our students, as far as critical race theory, let's say, are students targeted if they refuse to take a sort of privilege walk and declare, with almost everyone in America having mixed race, let's face it, that they are either the oppressor or the oppressed? And will that mean that you get targeted by the equity group because you refuse to have a designation? Wondering. And if there are 64 and growing gender IDs, how can you not admit that maybe it's not just an issue of having an innate characteristic, but that you're experimenting into behaviors? And how can you not wonder sometimes if it's a phase with these little kids when you're telling them all these things, depriving them of their innocence, when they should be developing academically, socially, athletically, and I believe religiously with their faith? And how can you decide that parents are fully informed when they don't opt in to these programs? Will you be around to pick up the pieces? Are you around right now? Do you know that there are right now?
Please wrap up your comments. Your time
There
is
are
up.
right now parents and students in the school district who are dealing with depression and all kinds of mental illness because these things have been given them way too young, depriving them of their innocence, and they are actually in psychotherapy. They're cutting themselves.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker. And please, I ask again, the time is up on the wall. Please finish your comments within your 3 minutes. Mr. Country.
I have no confidence in this equity program because it is designed to bring certain pre-selected race to become the superior race. How do I know? I just recently experienced it. I went to a public meeting in my local city council. The Black executive secretary literally told me where to sit. And when I asked her if I sit where she wants me to sit, I would be unable to give her my speaker cards without disturbing other people. She got up and pushed my chair away violently. If today it was my student in a classroom that is run by a Black teacher, and I know Black people don't like Taiwanese very much, Taiwan, Republic of China, was actually one of the founding member nations in United Nations. United Nations, with the help of African nations, kicked out Republic of China, Taiwan, and replaced Communist China as the fake founding nation. They don't like us. I am afraid for my child. With this equity program, if you instill a Black teacher in there who doesn't like us because we are for democracy and we are friendly to white people, the entire development of the modern civilization, post-industrialization in Taiwan is not possible without the help of white people. I am so sorry to hear that a lot of white people and children and teenagers are undergoing psychotherapies. You're cutting yourselves. Please do not. Do not be lied to. There are people like me who appreciate your race because your ancestors have literally devoted their entire life helping our ethnic culture to become advanced back in the 1800s all the way through the 1900s. Do not be lied to. I am here to speak up, not for myself, but for our entire community and our country. Our country is dying. Your program is nothing short of communism, which was already enacted back in communist China by Mao during Cultural Revolution to pull those who are the intellectuals, down to the nothings and the dumb. My children, who have always excelled in schools this past year, did not, because the teachers have their own assessment equity programs that is out of this world. It is designed to pull everyone to the same level to benefit the pre-selected race and class. Do not be deceived. I'm a nobody. I'm at your mercy, but I want to let the truth out. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Allen.
Hi. As one of the few teachers here, I'd like to clear up a couple of things. In my courses, the reason a bunch of my students know that I have a partner of the past 20 years is because of an Algebra 2 lesson on asymptotes, where my partner tried to buy a $1,500 machine to make tea. It was one of my best lessons, and it wouldn't have happened without my partner. I am not talking about anything else except my family. The implication that I am sitting here teaching students what some people have said in this room is ludicrous. For the person who associated gender neutral bathrooms with oral sex, may I recommend the 14,000 other places on any high school campus where this has happened from the 1950s forwards. So the one thing, speaking specifically to the Cal High incident, a few of the students were in my classroom. I, as a teacher, had to deal with that entire thing on Monday with very little information. I cannot speak to other teachers. I will not speak for other teachers in this case. But for me, it was, I did not assume anything about our students. I took the time as a teacher to explain why the term mascot might be an issue, not putting the blame on the students. I grew up in a town outside of Atlanta called Smyrna. We had a restaurant called Aunt Fanny's Cabin. The literal premise of this restaurant was the happy slave. They had a young black boy to come out with a sandwich board, all right, and tell you what the menu was. They actually had singing black people back in the 50s and 60s. And these people were mascots. And so I was trying to explain to them that, yes, I totally believe you when you meant nothing by calling this a mascot, but when other people look at this, this is what's interpreted to some people. So I used the Cal High incident as a teaching opportunity. I could talk more, but there have been so many mistruths about what goes on in a classroom up here. I don't have enough time to explain it in 15 seconds. Thank you.
President Mintz, Mr. Allen's last comment just made me need to say something very briefly, because our young people in the room who aren't normally here may not understand that the way the law reads, that anyone is allowed to come into this public space and come to that mic in a period of time and say whatever they believe they need to say. But it's important for me to say as the educator that it doesn't mean that the people sitting here or myself or others actually agree. You may have your own opinions and perspectives, but I feel I need to say that because we are hearing a lot of things this evening. And since you're normally not here, This may be confusing, but I just want you to know that some of the things you hear, even though people are allowed to say them, we wouldn't necessarily agree with. I just think it's important to state that. Thanks.
And just one other comment on that. As facilitator of this meeting, I will not stop someone from stating their truth. However, I will facilitate the meeting for time as well as the topic and making sure that people are speaking generally, at least, to the topic at hand. And I'm listening very closely to try to keep people on the topic. Our next speaker is Gabrielle Leonard.
My name is Gabrielle Leonard. I was one of 3 captains on this year's varsity stunt team. I have participated in stunt and cheer all 4 years of high school. I accepted this responsibility of being captain wholeheartedly. I wanted to talk to you all this evening about what disappoints me the most regarding the recent events which unfolded in the press and on social media. First off, I accept everyone for who they are, regardless of their ethnicity. Second, as a team captain and human being, if I had the slightest hesitancy about our good luck charm, Kareen, I would have spoken up and shared my feelings. In 3 years of being at California High School with Kareen at every game and in every picture, I experienced no negative opinions on her, nor thought she would stir up controversy in any way. Teachers, along with administrators here at the district, have always taught us students and informed our parents that self-advocacy is important. Our parents have pushed us to advocate for ourselves when needed in order to defend ourselves or others. I have never failed to do that, and that is why we are here. I feel the school and district's leadership did a horrible job in advocating for me and my fellow cheer and stunt teammates here in this very district. We were found guilty before innocent with regards to our use of Kareen. There was no fact-finding, no investigation, no interviews, and there was absolutely nobody advocating for us when advocacy was most needed. The entire stunt and cheer team was hung out to dry with administrators, teachers, coaches, and our community. Some of those teachers and admin even being against us without looking for any further knowledge on the situation. These people are the same adults telling us to research before believing something, especially on social media. Since the original social media post in late May, we all needed was a good leader and advocate. We got neither. What we got was a jump the gun, inappropriate response from the leadership here in this room. It's been very disappointing as not just a student, but a human being, to have a false narrative before proper investigation. The quick, inappropriate response to the media only made things worse and demonstrated very poor leadership and decision-making. I also question the advice you were receiving from legal experts on this issue, as they also demonstrated poor judgment and did nothing to advocate for us in our time of need. I have teammates whose teachers failed them due to their feelings about the situation, in which those very teachers were falsely informed about. I know girls who were tripped in hallways, yelled at in class for being racist. A lot of these girls come from mixed race households. We have our very own district members and school staff standing in front of their own school being interviewed by the media during school hours, where my team and I are trying to focus in class, advocating that us athletes inside the school are racist, which I can assure you we are not. Talk about welcoming unwanted hate. We now have people we respect thinking we are disgusting and racist. I would argue that as an accepting team full of loving people and coaches, the skin color of this cosmetology head is not important. I have more.
Next speaker. Okay. Next speaker, Brooklyn Gant. Brooklyn Gant.
That's a lot to live up to right there, because that was pretty much everything I think we needed to be said for the whole stunt program. I do want to just talk about reputation, and I do have a lot of fear for next season, and I understand a lot of this equity training will be put into next year, but I do fear that with all of this training that will be turned on against next season. And I don't really have anything crazy to say, but I just fear next season, and I really hope that you change things and understand every other side when it comes to decision making. And I just want to end it off with actions speak louder than words.
Thank you. Next, Mia Andrew.
My name is Maya Andrews, and I am a first generation born in the United States in my family. I am a student and an athlete at the California High School, and I am on the varsity stunt and cheer team. Mr. Malloy, you claimed that you knew our side of the story or have known our side of the story for the entire time. I know everyone on this team, and and not one has gotten to speak to you. And we have had parent meetings and student meetings, and not one of us has gotten the chance to tell you our side. And if you knew everything prior to the email and public statements on the news, then why did you put out a public statement calling me and my teammates racist? Whether you intentionally or unintentionally did it, we all understand that we have unintentionally hurt people because of our mascot, Crane. And we are very sorry for those who were hurt, and that is not our problem. Our problem is that we were never heard and our story was never told. We were misunderstood, however silenced. Teachers at the California High School were showing news clips and were talking about this issue while we are in class, silencing us more. Because our side was never told at school, we feel unsafe and unheard from you and from others. Mr. Malloy, we are not the problem, you are. Thank you.
Maddie Gregerson. Okay. Kathy Stout.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Stout. I have 2 kids at Cal High, and I'm going to be speaking tonight representing myself and my family. A frequent message communicated to the students in the district is that words matter. We saw firsthand how words do indeed matter when Dr. Malloy emailed the entire school community on May 23rd about a Cal High racist event. He specifically and incorrectly identified that it was the cheer team that was involved in this racist event, strongly implying that the athletes on the cheer team are racist. It was a shocking message to receive indeed, promptly followed by an email sent from the principal, Megan Kiefer, to the entire Cal High community stating essentially the same horrific accusation. In that one moment, all of the cheer and stunt girls instantly became just part of a tragically growing number of students that have committed heinous racist acts at Cal High. It was truly like they were side by side with students sprawling horrific graffiti on the walls, or as in the most recent case of tragic events, involved with hurling racial slurs at students and staff in the district. That behavior is clearly beyond reproach, and I know I can speak for our community members. These disgusting acts cannot be tolerated. But that is now the exact cohort group that these girls are associated with. The common response we have only seemed to get from the superintendent is that even without intent, harm can be done. The athletes and families understand that there is hurt out there. And while I can't speak for everyone involved, I would have welcomed using this unfortunate situation as a chance to have a discussion on unconscious bias. In reflecting back on this, and I can only speak for myself, the doll never represented any race or ethnicity. But I now understand that for others, it did. And I might have been able to reflect more about identifying my bias in the future if I wasn't all consumed with protecting my daughter from harm. It's hard to want to work together when I got a call from my daughter in tears the day after this email was sent, begging me to come home or begging me to come get her from school as she can't take any more name calling or harassment. I would have loved a chance to get to talk this out with everyone. The problem is when the stunt and cheer athletes are facing intense harassment and many feel threatened from the moment the district sent the email, we were all in survival mode. We had to protect our children. One would think at a minimum, as this situation was literally spiraling out of control, that Dr. Malloy would take the time to just meet with the parents of the stunt and the cheer teams, as he should have met with everyone involved before coming to any conclusion. He did not. Silence. He instead sent his subordinates, who could tell us nothing, and spent the entire meeting tap dancing. We were promised our concerns would be conveyed to the superintendent and we'd be given an update later that week. We're still waiting for that update over 2 weeks later. The Cal High principal met with the girls on the team and made a promise to them that she would send an email out with an apology with how things were handled. Again, over 2 weeks later.
Please wrap
Nothing
up your
but silence.
comments.
And then as a further insult, Dr. Malloy then agreed to meet with the parents only to rescind his offer shortly thereafter without any explanation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Shaquila Hurt-Lincoln.
Hi, I'm Shaquila Hurt-Lincoln. I'm the Inclusion and Diversity Chair for San Ramon Valley PTAs. I know a lot of people are going to go against what I have to say here, but the person who said it's not their responsibility for what happened, that is totally incorrect. It is everybody's responsibility. You may not have intended to hurt people, but my kids were hurt. Okay, I've got one child who goes to school every single day, and if I describe this vehicle, everyone would know who it is, goes by her every day and shouts out the N-word at her. Every single day. She was terrified to go to school. She didn't want to walk to school anymore. I had to drive her to school every day, and it's directly across the street. What kind of sense does that make? None. Zero. I've got another child who is in middle school, who's in high school right now, and she had to undergo the same thing. Now I've got another one, who people were asking for passes from Black children to use the N-word on campus towards them. Now, I don't care what anybody else up here thinks, but all of that is atrocious. It makes no sense whatsoever. Now, if you guys can say, hey, you know what? This mannequin didn't mean anything to you. I'm not saying that you had any intent on it having any kind of meaning. I'm not saying that at all. None of you probably even knew what the heck you were doing. I'm personally, and I'm sorry again, it's your parents to tell you that, not the society, okay? That particular mannequin, to me looking at it, was a Black person. Or a person of color, if you want to say, because Black people aren't the only people of color. There are people of color all around this entire room that are not Black. But that person on there looked that way to me simply because in the past, that type of mannequin was used to portray bad things towards African American. In case you did not know why that was offensive. Okay, if you didn't know that's why it was offensive, I'm here to explain it to you. If you need any other explanation, feel free. Come over here. I'm going to be here all night. Ask me. I will tell you. That way you will know for the future. And if you're going to take this off, please take it off. Don't use it anymore. That way you don't have to go through this anymore. If you find another mascot, by all means, find another mascot. Just don't make it something where this group, that group, even that group may be annoyed with, perturbed with, or whatever. I mean, I can say a lot of different mascots are horrible, but this is the one that hit us. So again, if you have any questions, please come ask me.
Thank you. Lisa Worth. Oh, okay. Thank you. Larry Jones.
Hello, my name is Larry Jones, and this is the second time I've been to this school board meeting. I must say that I was not impressed the last time I was here, but I have a few things just to say. It's every parent's duty to protect their child and help them grow into mature adults. Every teacher and board member must ensure this same parental obligation is carried out on behalf of every parent. There is no place for any person to be in the classroom or on any board if this sacred duty is not in their minds and hearts. Pornographic graphics in books or the teaching of any such garbage has no place on school grounds. I believe every person is created in the image and likeness of God, and this is especially seen in every child. I also believe that the majority of everyone in this county has an understanding of this. However, to diminish any person with any form of pornography or to introduce the same in any library or classroom is not compassionate, but directly harmful for children, or for that matter, for any young or full adult to be part of. This is codified in law and criminal for anyone to be engaged in anything of this nature with children. It is more than heinous for children as well as for adults. It is also the epitome of bullying. I'm concerned about what the federal government is funding for programs such as this kind of thing in schools and where the funding comes from. As you know, bullying has many forms and feeling reasons for why it occurs. In a school district where there is a lack of mature adults or to supervise the behavior of their students, teachers and supervisors and board member changes must occur. Good teachers capable of mature supervisory discipline focused on helping children and young adults learn the virtues of living with discipline to achieve honorable goals are the priority. Classrooms must be effective learning environments for what grows the mind and the heart for achieving higher goals. A teacher's goal must be to help young boys and girls make wise choices about the beatitudes of learning and working with others. Schools are not about sexual or lifestyle choices. Teachers and school board members must be admonished or reprimanded if anyone is pursuing or engaged in any such activity. They must be removed. I have more here to say, but it's about what's between the two shoulders than what is between the two legs.
Thank you. Joe Roubaix.
Joe Roubaix, representing myself, father of a young lady that goes to Stone Valley Middle School. And just to share a fun fact, I went to Monte Vista High School. It's okay. Cal High, don't get too mad at me. But yeah, and I was actually student body president there, so it kind of brings back memories. But just from my thing, how many people here came to this meeting to talk about the mascot? How many people here? I think most of the people here came to this meeting. Just from a old student body president, I think these people were not served. I mean, this should have been a line item. This should have been an item on the agenda, okay? But otherwise, we're told not to speak in public about this, wait to line item 10.1, but 10.1 was about equity, okay? So I'm gonna say that I don't think that was fair to this group, but I will talk about equity. Equity is not equality, okay? We have to learn that, okay? And one of the smartest I know, like pointed out that the cool group, Lincoln, Obama, Martin Luther King was the assimilating group. As you remember, Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation that they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but the content of their character. Please, please, please. I'll leave it there, but if you forget that speech, go look it up, please.
Rhonda Wright.
So first, I want to apologize for what your children have gone through. It's sickening, it's disgusting, and it hurts me to the core. But virtue signaling
by sending a message out isn't fixing this. You're just creating another problem for everyone else in this room. So now I'm going to go on to what I came to talk about. I believe that you actually stated, Mr. Mentz, that we would be given time to speak our truths. So I hope you allow me the proper time.
3 minutes.
I want you all to know and understand that I've been a part of the cheer program for 3 years. I don't have a child in the program. I am involved because I care for each and every one of these students. I love these amazing athletes because of their dedication to the program, dedication to their school, and dedication to every student Cal High has, as well as every student in every other school that we go to, and while we're representing Cal High. I've listened to some amazing speakers tonight with talking points. No place for hate. We'll spend budget dollars on hanging tags from people's lanyards that will make people feel safe in our districts. We need to remember about the beautiful lives lost in Uvalde. Why is the school board creating a place of hate at this time? Be creating love and inclusion and honesty, not hate. We want every student to be heard. Can you tell me how many of the stunt athletes that you have spoken to? How are tryouts for any sport going to be held with integrity going forward? If an athlete doesn't make a squad, the school board will support a narrative without investigating. Dr. Malloy, you stated that you do not look at the color of skin when you look at a problem. So if that's the case, why did the statement involve race? You stated that at the beginning of the meeting. So why do you keep referring to people of race? You can shake your head, that's okay. So with all of these comments and virtue signaling, why did you, Dr. Malloy, make a statement? So Ms. Kiefer originally made a statement and I was not aware that she had actually apologized, and I totally respect that. However, the board has not apologized, and the entire student body, as well as all of the parents, have not heard any apology. Why Dr. Malloy sent a statement representing the entire district and insinuating that our entire cheer program is racist? There are so many statements that you have made that are just completely false. The color of the mannequin that was completely altered in the photos. The statement that the squad is an all-white team. Teachers showed clips of this and students started calling everyone racist that were involved. I can go on, and I have a limited amount of time. I've stated. Because of your statements, you have athletes that are now called horrible names, have received many death threats, and now have left school because of the comments.
Please finish up your comments.
I will. So tonight, you claim that before you released this statement that you spoke to people close. I'm part of that program, and no one once reached out to me. No one once reached out to the director of the program, coaches, or athletes.
Thank you for your comments.
But I still have part of my truth that I'd like to say.
No, I'm sorry. You've had your 3 minutes.
So I just there's one more thing.
Let's give it.
My son is a freshman at Cal High. He was walking across the quad and a full milk carton was thrown at his head, hit him in the shoulder, and he was called an effing racist. Is that's what you want to create? That is the hate that you're creating. None of these girls, none of these people, we're not an all-white squad. We encompass everyone.
Thank you for your comments.
One more thing.
Moving on. No, I'm sorry.
No, that's
Please
okay.
move on.
Please
No, you had your time. Please.
I want you guys to look
Everyone.
students in the eyes. I just want to.
Excuse me.
These students in the eyes.
No. Thank you.
I want you guys to look these students in the eye and tell them how you're going to protect them next year.
Paul.
Because right now, my son doesn't feel protected. You keep talking about people that need to be heard. We need to be heard.
Ma'am, please have respect for other speakers. Your
I do.
time is up.
Thank you.
Please. Thank you. Go ahead. You had a comment? Paul Stout.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm going to keep it pretty short. I think you have acknowledged that there's issues in the community, and I think we can all agree to that based on what we've heard here. I think we all want to come together and learn and heal and grow together. I do want to point out, though, that you acknowledge that this cosmetology doll was in place since 2018, and that these girls walked into that program. And for you to call them out as the racists in the room, to me, is fairly offensive, and you owe them an apology. If you wanted to make your comment about us as a community, you as a school board who were overseeing this school where this head was in play for long before they got there, that's fine. We all own it, okay? But to put it all on them is out of control, and it is wrong. The number of misstatements in your communication is appalling. And I think what a great number of the people here are simply asking for is for you to correct your statement and correct who the offending party might have been, which if anybody is this school board and this community, it is not these girls. They are probably the most or the least racist group in the room. There are many of us that were in this country and have participated in things, going back many, many years. And, we own that. We're growing. But effectively what we did to them is we moved a bar. And again, I apologize that some of us didn't know where the bar was. And I hear you, and I will try to learn from it. But you moved a bar on them, and then you called them a name about it. And you didn't even give them a chance to fix the problem before you called them out on it. And that is why you owe them an apology. And you got to give it to them. Because if not, this won't end.
Next speaker, Ben Horn.
I'm up here tonight because I love my two young daughters. So according to the district nowadays, equity is the buzzword. It is the most important thing. Okay, you all know this now. When I was growing up, it was excellence in my schools, but I'm going to try hard because we have a group of professionals up here on equity to try and unpack. It's hard to define, but understand what it is. Okay, so I'm going to try. Give me some. So is equity when you want so badly for there to be an equity problem that you push that narrative against all facts proving otherwise, even though young girls' lives are at risk? Is equity a new religion of political thought? Is equity the height of irony where a district wants to now foist 15 equity counselors upon us when they just proved weeks prior to be completely incompetent at identifying and dealing with equity? Is equity a race to the bottom? Is equity where you take gobs of COVID money and give every kid free lunch for a couple of years in an affluent age when dealing with a small portion could have sufficed? Is equity a race to the bottom in common sense? Is equity when you jam age inappropriate material down our throats, like transgender books to elementary kids who still believe in the tooth fairy, instead of teaching kindness and tolerance like we always have? It's now proactive teaching of highly complicated topics like gender dysphoria. And for the record, I support the LGBT community, people that have that lifestyle. God bless them. And I reject the 2 to 3 people in this room that regularly comment on others' opinions of this agenda and conflate it to hate speech, because that's wrong and it's disingenuous, okay? I've never heard anything resembling that in this room. Discourse and disagreement are what made our country great. Ralph Waldo Emerson once said, "Let me never fall into the vulgar mistake of dreaming that I'm persecuted whenever I'm contradicted." Is equity a constant drumbeat of politics for our kids, not academics, when in California our kids are way behind academically and socially? Is equity taking a fantastic high school tradition like the mother-son, father-daughter dance and scrapping it because a few kids don't have parents to go with? Way to flex your creative problem-solving muscles there. How about the district focuses on academics for our children? They'll learn to socialize naturally and let the parents take care of the emotional and complicated stuff and everything else. That's all we're asking. As you can see, I still have a lot to learn about equity, so please forgive me. I hope to one day be a professional in it like you guys. Thank you.
Next speaker, Reverend Anthony Woods. Anthony Woods.
To Dr. Malloy and to the board, we thank you for the opportunity to come and speak. And just want to say, first off, that we support your courageous effort to address this very, very difficult conversation. We read every letter, every word of your letter, and we listened to every word of your interview. And we believe that you went out of your way to say that there was no malicious intent on the part of the stunt team individuals. And we agree with you. We support that 100%. We don't think that these young ladies at all had racial animus in the acting. We don't believe that at all. And it saddens me, though, that it just saddens me, one, that they have to go through this animosity, that they have to feel unsafe at school. It really saddens me that any student should have to go through that, you know? And what also saddens me is that we're missing an opportunity, because I can sit down and tell you what it's like to go through school not feeling safe. And we could use this opportunity now to say, forget the differences, forget the socioeconomics, man. We could talk about something now that we have in common. You don't feel safe? I can tell you about what it was like to not feel safe. And instead of focusing on the differences, why don't we get those together and say, how can we fix it? With those directives that you have right there, how can we get together and say, let me tell you how I feel, let me show you how I feel, and then let's work together for a solution that everyone feels safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Freddie Davis.
I'd like to say good evening to everyone. I didn't hear you. Good. I'm really, really conflicted right now. I had written a nice speech that I want to give to each board member and Dr. Malloy, but I'm not going to do that right now. I'm concerned of the person that came here and quoted Dr. King. I want you to know I'm from Birmingham, Alabama. I marched with Dr. King in Birmingham, Alabama. I can show you the dog bites on my leg right now that I got because I stood for what was right. Secondly, I'm concerned that these young people on the stunt team are the victims here, because you adults have made them the victim. That is not right for them. And Dr. Malloy, I support everything that you have done because you did it right. You did it absolutely right. And the people here, the adults, are the ones that are responsible. These girls may not understand what that mannequin meant, but I can tell you about that from Birmingham, Alabama. I can tell you about racism. I can tell you about systemic racism. It's not right that in this time, this age, and this grade, that you're still practicing it. Some of you may be doing it and don't even realize that you're doing it. I am appalled at how disrespectful some of you were to this board sitting here, speaking out of turn, saying that I'm yellow and I like white people and don't hire black people. Black people are just as important as white people. Yellow people, red, green, blue, whatever color you are. So the bottom line is you have a problem here in San Ramon. And the problem is you're not working together. And don't take this stunt team and have a hidden agenda to go after this board and this superintendent. Because as president of the Hayward South Valley, and I'm also a state officer for the California-Hawaii State Conference, I stand behind this man and this board. So if you really want this problem resolved, then you need to work together. And we can work together. We don't have to always agree, but there is a resolution. And for those people that with the mannequin. I was offended when I saw it because I can remember in Alabama there was a white coat, a colored coat, couldn't even ride the bus. You all know the story, and you can sit here and quote Dr. King, but you have to live through it. And I don't think any of you can say that you live through what we have been through as racists.
Ms. Davis, please finish your comments.
I have a lot more to say, but anybody want to talk to me, meet me on the outside. I'm good to talk to.
Thank you. Hold on. Okay, that's the end of our public comments, Dr. Malloy, and then we'll turn it back to the school board. Correct.
Before the board deals with the actual proposal that's here, I'll be very brief. And I want to speak directly to the young people on the Cal cheer stun team. I got confused because the social media thing said Cal stun cheer. I'm going to ask you to give me a moment because part of the challenge is what we've been trying to get to for a couple weeks. First of all, I want to share with you that when that post made its way to social media, your inboxes were filled, as were ours. And we're the ones who need to take that, not you. The reaction to the image, regardless of what we think happened with that image, caused an immediate and intense reaction, rightfully. We've heard a couple of voices today. You understand, not malicious. And it's still happening as we speak. As we speak right now, we're still hearing. But this is our problem, not yours. I did, and you don't have to believe me, we can talk later, understand all the things, as I said earlier, because I was connecting with people. Part of what people don't understand in a district of 30,000 kids and 36 schools. My team and I meet every day for hours. And on this case, I'm not exaggerating, probably 4 hours each day. So whether I'm there or Chris George is there or John Campopiano is there, we do work as a team. Third, when I did speak to the media, and I am sorry that this didn't get through, I said this. The next sentence should have been in the letter that I've got here, where I did call no one that name, but I understand you feel that way. And I apologize that you feel that way, because I said, this is the adults. The quote was, this is not on the backs of students. So if you feel that this letter stated this is on the backs of students, I apologize to you because that is not what we feel. But there's a challenge that I have to share because there's a challenge that I need our students to hear, and the adults, you can take me on wherever you want. You know kids who feel the way that some of the reflections in this room, the very few, feel. I'm sure you know that. If there are other kids from other schools in Cal High, you know what we're talking about when we say some of our kids don't feel safe. Part of the other challenge, which I just need to put out there, is you may think that I caused everything with a letter, and you may think that I could end everything with a letter. And there were many days when I wish I could have avoided both and frankly ran into a corner, because I've been around enough to know that when I saw the image, regardless of the reason, and I did understand it by that point, I had enough experience, even though I may not identify in the same way as some of those who reacted, that there was going to be a reaction. And what we also have to keep in mind is when we start doing public things back and forth, what it can also do is cause greater harm. So what I am saying to you in this space, we are televised, for you feeling responsible, for you feeling that we were calling you racist, I sincerely apologize. And I'm also concerned, if any are watching, for all of our students who can't find their voice and don't feel safe, because we've got work to do there. And I trust my staff with the support I hope we receive to get to a better place quickly, because it's urgent. And I respect our colleagues like the NAACP who are collaborating with us so we can figure out how to get better as quickly as we can. But my one last comment, because we've gone through 2 years of this. We've been divided and divided and divided for so many reasons. And unfortunately, when a divide gets out there, like it did on Saturday, 2 weeks ago, it already starts causing harm before it even reaches our desk. You know what happens with social media, especially the young people in here. You know how quickly people take it out of context. We know half the stuff that's there that doesn't make any sense. But at the end of the day, I'll leave it as like this. We did reach out, just so you know, on the weekend to people who know Karina. So it wasn't us just thinking about it. It was Karina. Excuse me, and I apologize. We did know, and we did see what was happening, and we did make a decision, and we did write a letter, and the intention was to communicate that the incident, I'm really trying. I'm trying because this is really complicated and it's not as simple as simply sending this letter or that. So I'm going to leave it to say this is an opportunity. We do need to do better for our students. We're taking responsibility, I hope with our families, and I do believe we can get to a better place so that this never happens again. As long as, and I'm going to close with this, we're hearing you, but we also have to hear the voices of kids who aren't here tonight because they may be sharing something different than you are, and we got to create the space for that conversation to happen. But when it gets away from us, unfortunately, it gets really messy, and that's what we're dealing with. So we'll continue to work on it, and I do appreciate your voice. I do appreciate what you've shared, and I promise we'll do everything we can to get to a better place.
I'll now be moving on to board comments and action direction. But before I do, for the audience, our meetings officially end at 10 o'clock. It's 9:58. I need a unanimous approval of the board to continue the meeting. I ask for a motion. We have a lot of business still to do. I'd like to go till 11 o'clock.
Okay, I'll move the motion to 11.
A second.
We have a vote, please.
The motion was made by Board Member Ordway and seconded by Board Member Clark. Roll call vote. Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Brott.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Mintz.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. The item specifically before us is consideration and approval of next steps for the Equity Action Plan for 22-23. Board member comments. Who'd like to start? Susanna.
I can start. So, yeah, this has been a crazy whirlwind. I am very, very sad for all the students who've been affected, right? So I'm very sad, and I'm sorry that you guys all, those who are here and those who are not, all students who've been affected by this incident. And it's very, very evident that we do need some resources and some help, because I've gotten emails, right, or that again, that a lot of adults don't understand why this has gone on, but then other adults, right, on the other side, who are very much affected by this. So and because I think Corinne, right, has been around, I understand, I just found out, for a number of years. So I think that our adults on our school site, on the team, whatever, I think they need to be helped to understand some of the why, right? Why is this hurtful? So so that going to support equity liaisons, because I think that the adults at the sites need to learn a little bit more.
My oldest child started school in Santa Rosa Valley in 1994, and my youngest graduated in 2018. So I've been in this district a long time, and I have been heavily involved at every level that in my kids' schools at every level as a parent advocate. Over the years, the issues that we're dealing with now tonight have gotten more pronounced, more aggressive, more problematic, and affected our schools dramatically. In order to be able to deal with these issues, we have to have a way to do it. And we haven't been able to effectively make meaningful changes because we haven't really done the work around getting to the core and educating and examining, having the difficult conversation and examining our own implicit biases, whether they're implicit or they're more pronounced. We need to do that in order to be able to get to a better place. I'm sorry that the students that are here and to the parents that there's been unforeseen consequences to this whole situation. I don't believe that Dr. Malloy ever had any intention of calling anybody racist or thinking that you're racist. We certainly don't think that any of the students involved in this, especially since, as it's been pointed out, they walked into this not knowing, and it's been going on for many years. It does fall on the adults and us as a community to be able to educate them. That's what we're trying to do tonight. Some of the comments and some of the information that has been put out tonight are patently false, and accusing people without any evidence, just like I'm sure that you feel that you were accused, is not right. We don't know who posted that on social media, and the accusation, well, we don't know that. We don't have proof of that.
Please.
So at this point, we need to move from here and use this as a learning experience. Really nice. By the fact that you're experiencing this reaction from your fellow students proves to me that we need to do this work to protect all of our students. And we'll do everything that we can to facilitate that next year. Some of the comments that have been made about why don't we focus on academics and why are we only focusing on LGBTQ and equity or whatever. The focus has never been off of academics. These issues that we're dealing with are in addition to. We are a district of high achieving academic students, and we have high standards, and those have not changed because we're doing this work. It's not either or. So when you say that we're distracted by all these other things, these are important issues because I have personally sat with over 100 students in the last couple months who have told me of their pain and suffering around some of these issues that a lot of people are denying are happening. And you may not think they're happening because maybe they don't happen to your student, or maybe they don't happen to her friends or their friends, but they are happening. And my responsibility as a board member is not just to your student or your student or your student. My responsibility and my perspective is shaped by all students. I'm here to take care of all of our students and make sure that they all have equal access to a great educational experience. So saying that, I wholeheartedly will support this equity initiative to hire the equity liaisons that we need to begin to create the work that needs to happen in this community. And I would invite all of you who are here tonight to work with us together to get to a better place. And I want to especially thank the brave people who came tonight that knew that they were giving another perspective and risk the rage of the people in the room to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shelley. I first want to say thank you to everyone that spoke tonight, everyone. And I especially appreciated the strength and the truth that our students spoke today. Thank you. I had the pleasure of being at Cal's graduation, and my niece was visiting. She's about 26, lives in Nashville, and with the student voices, the student presentations that were there, the first thing that she said to me when she came down from the stands was, "Are the kids okay?" The speeches at that graduation ceremony for her seemed very intense, sad. And I think as we see what's been happening, we see what happened with the stunt team, but we also see the context of what's been happening in our district all year and really prior to this year with hate that's circulating and the fear and the frustration and the lack of discussion around it. And I think that when I see a plan that includes equity liaisons, and I think about that term liaison, and I think how we can use that effectively to support the entire community, to have people in our schools that are supporting everyone and bringing everyone together. I think it's really important. I think it's something that we need. And I think that as adults, all of us as adults have to make sure that our kids are okay. We have to help them. We have to support them. And I think that this plan is something, I think it's very aspirational. I'm a little, I think it's a lot to ask, and I think it's gonna be difficult, and it's gonna take a lot of effort and a lot of uncomfortableness for everyone involved. I think most importantly, the adults in the room again. You know, I talked to this a little bit at the last meeting, and our kids are so much farther ahead of us than we are, and we're the ones that have to open up our eyes and step back and see and support them and make sure that they're okay. So I also approve this. I think that it's very important, and I look forward to the change that we can accomplish to help our children. So thank you.
I too am supportive of this plan. I think it is exactly what we need. There were a lot of perspectives shared, but the voices I think I heard the strongest message from were the students. I too feel terribly about how you have felt in this situation. I know from what I know about Dr. Malloy that that was not his intent, and I'm really pleased that he spoke so candidly with you tonight. When I heard that some of you were asked to stand in the classroom and explain yourself, or things were thrown at you on campus, that really hit me hard, because that demonstrated right there how important this work is. It means that our adults, our educators in particular, who manage our classrooms, need to know how to talk about these things. They need to be able to talk about them in a way that isn't shaming and isn't blaming, but is allowing people to share their perspectives and understand. Obviously, a mannequin head existed as the mascot for the stunt team for a number of years. And for whatever reason, the adults, whether they were the parents or the staff members or the athletic director or anyone else who attended your matches, which, by the way, I saw some videos of your competitions and you are amazing. Just the things you do with each other shows me how much trust you have and that you're good, reliable people. And I regret that somewhere in this message, we weren't able to say that to you. But I believe Dr. Malloy when he's telling us that there were other opinions out there and he was really trying to avoid the explosion from becoming bigger. And so if there's one healthy thing about tonight is it's out in the open, and I hope that you have felt heard, and I hope that you know that we care about you and your safety. But we also care about the students that feel unsafe sitting in their chair in their classroom any other day. And that is the importance of the work in this plan. And I hope that the Cal High stunt team will be partners in this work next year. I believe we will. I also believe that the weeks of summer can calm things down. I believe in the good faith of your student body and that there won't be any more milk cartons being thrown, because we will now know loud and clear that you did not have ill intent. The other thing I think is important is that when I reread the original letter and read the words, and I see the intentionality in them, but that's because I know the person who wrote it. And somehow we need to all learn in these hot times to take a breath and look at what does it really say. And I'm not saying do it tonight, maybe do it in a month, but I would challenge everyone to go back and read that letter and read what it actually says. But to you girls, I know you're not racists. And I know you did not intend any harm, but I hope, and I think I see from what you've said tonight, that you understand that the mascot, which I believe you really loved, looked a different way to other folks. And that's the important takeaway. That's why Dr. Malloy really wanted us to focus on the future and what's next. And I really believe this plan is a good start, because for a long time, digging into this work has been voluntary. And this plan is taking it to every classroom, and so that it can be part of our fabric. Because as board members, when we attend meetings with students, especially students in affinity groups, we routinely hear, yeah, I have this safe teacher, but I've got, 3 or 4 others that just don't get it and don't interrupt. And so we need our school environments to be consistent about this. And so that every teacher knows what to say, knows how to do it in a learning way, not a shaming way, and so that we can create the safe environment that allows every child to access their education. Because you can't access your education when your amygdala is fired up and you're afraid. That's a scientific fact. So I support the plan.
Okay, let me start my comments just by truly thanking you for being here. I appreciate hearing your voices, particularly the students. It seems when we have students come and speak to us, we hear a different voice than when it's just the adults. And let me give you an example of that. Several years ago, someone brought this up in a negative kind of way. When we decided as a board to allow for gender-neutral bathrooms. Now, it was very, very controversial. It was very, very heated. But what struck me was the student who got up in front of us and said that he did not drink water all day at school for fear of having to use a restroom. One of the things we're really looking for right up there with our academics, and it's been said, is we need to be a place of safety for our students. Without safety, it becomes a barrier to academic excellence and success. We want all of our students to feel safe, no matter who they are. And that's really the bottom line. We will talk and continue to talk about intent versus impact. And I feel badly that the impact from this experience right now has hit particularly hard on the stunt team. And I feel terrible about that. But I'll tell you as well that for quite some time in our community, where we'd love to believe we're kind of a bubble, we're special in many ways. We don't have the kinds of issues at the kind of levels that you see in other places. But every time something was written on a bathroom wall, something was chalked on a sidewalk someplace, it would just take one person, have no idea who it was. It just took one person to set a reputation and credibility issue on that school and on our whole community because someone does something. Now, I suspect that there was some intent involved with those, though some would come forward and say, no, it's just a joke. That's where the impact part comes in, that someone could be impacted by our actions. And the importance is, as a community, for us to recognize that there are impacts many times that we don't even recognize. Quite frankly, I really didn't want to vote for this action plan. The idea of having to put additional funds, different resources into something that talks, unfortunately, about who we are as a society. We should be focusing only on academics and success of our students. However, that's not where we are as a community or as a nation. And I look back at the last several years particularly, and without getting political in any way, shape, or form, we're in a divided country right now. And the visions that we see are going all the way down to, particularly, interestingly, school boards. And we're all trying to deal with it, but it's with a heightened emotion. And it's a heightened level of disrespect for each other. And because of that, it raises to me the need for us to do more, to make sure that we have provided our kids the opportunity to be critical thinkers, to be people who can be successful in recognizing not only what they want to be, but the impacts on others around them as well. Unfortunately, we're going to see more graffiti in bathrooms. We're going to see more chalk on sidewalks. What we need to do is recognize that that is not just the individual issue, it's a community issue, and it's something that we can do something about, starting with our education program. With that, unless there are other comments from the board.
President Mintz, can I say 1 30-second piece? Because we haven't emphasized this, and I'm thinking about our staff who might be listening tonight. Members of our staff have been asking for this explicitly, and I need to honor them because they're frustrated sometimes with us too for not providing the resources required. And I'm wanting to state that publicly because there are many educators in this community that want the support for all staff members to be able to create the kind of conditions we're talking about. And I just named that before you had your vote.
Thank you. So with that, board, the action is now in front of us. Would someone offer a motion?
I'll move to approve the plan for adding 15 equity liaisons.
I second it.
So the approval is for the next steps for the equity action plan for 22-23.
Yes, sorry.
Just to clarify.
Yes.
As amended.
Yes.
The motion was made by Board Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Clark. Roll call vote. Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Mintz.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Moving on, we have a number of other items that we're going to be covering this evening. The first is a public hearing for the proposed 2022-23 Local Control and Accountability Plan, the LSAP. We'll go right to John Campiano for this. John, start climbing over chairs.
All right, good evening. This is the first of 3 public hearings that we'll be bringing up tonight. I'll be brief and take any questions, but this document, the Local Control Accountability Plan, will be available. It's available online. It's also on our counter, where we look at the developments of a 3-year plan that commenced last year. And at this point now, we review what we've accomplished this previous year and what we will be doing moving forward. It's a 92-page document. I do encourage community members, staff members, employees to review it and reach out with comments, questions, concerns, so that we can make additions before we bring it to you all next week on the 14th. So just briefly, a few items. We last year aligned our LCAP goals with our strategic directions, and with your approval, we move forward, which has really helped streamline it. Our LCAP goals are equity, deep learning and innovation, and social emotional well-being. So our equity goal, we've talked about them at previous board meetings, so we will not bring them up tonight. We went through this presentation, where our equity goals, and I wanted to briefly, in that 92-page document, we have 12 specific actions on equity. I brought up 4 just as an example. Each of these equity actions has a budget allotted to it, and Mr. Hillman will be discussing that in his budget review. Some of these actions, Action 2.1, Director of Equity, 2.4, our Ethnic Studies courses, which we're very proud of being a leader in our district, in our community, in our state. Our stakeholder and community groups, and our responding to hate and discrimination handbook and the training that we've done and will do. So there are 12 different actions. I didn't want to walk through all of them. All of them are in this document that's also found online. And annually, we do have people review it and give us comments. Our second goal is around deep learning and innovation. Again, we've discussed how important that is with our goals throughout it. I wanted to give a few of the 22 specific actions we have on that. We've spoken this year in this room about our MTSS liaisons that have gone and done incredible work at our sites. Tonight, you'll hear about the expansion of Universal TK. We put this one here as example, is that was not 21-22 action, expansion of Universal TK. That's why you'll say action 1.22, because it'll be the last action that we've just added for this next school year. We have our coordinators that work with Dr. Pettish and our grading reform committee that Mr. George is leading. So I encourage anyone to review all of these actions because it shows the tremendous work we're doing and the resources we allocate to those actions. And finally, our last goal of our LCAP is social emotional well-being. Again, we've discussed the goals around that and how important it is. And we have 21 actions designed to implement that goal. Our social workers, our wellness rooms. If you haven't been able to visit our wellness rooms, if you are on campus, visit them at the comprehensive high schools. We've increased our school counseling and skip intervention counseling through our Discovery Center. And elementary counselors were added. That was a new add this year, and we're seeing profound and positive impact. So these actions are in here to review over the course of this next week, and we look forward to any public comment from anyone here, anyone online, anyone that goes and reviews the document. There's an email that directly comes to me and Ms. Corsetti in Mr. Hillman's office with any comments, questions, concerns, and we will respond to you before the end of the week. Any questions as I move through that? Again, next week we'll bring this up and answer any formal questions that you may have, changes. If there's any tonight, I can take those as well.
John, I just have one question. With the action that we just took on Equity Action Plan, how does that get incorporated within the LCAP?
That is great. I'm going to work with Mr. Hillman after this, and it'll be tomorrow where that would be the last action on that equity goal. Right. And then I'd have to work with his office to how we put the resources in that, because we present this to the county at the end of this month. So that's a great example. And that's what we did with elementary assistant principals. When you approve that, we've added that to that action as well. So that's how this is a living document. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? This is a public hearing, so not an action, but if you have questions. Yeah.
It's not a question, it's just a comment. Okay. I just really appreciate how the team is using our strategic directions to then show how we are adding that to LCAP and the accountability and all of that stuff. I think that it's compared to last year and having been on the LCAP committee in previous years, it's really nice to see the connections and see the actionable items that are happening and how they fit right into that framework. So thank you.
And Trustee Brad, I'd like to comment on that as well, because when we initiated this, we had originally 10 goals, then we went down to 8 goals. And for anyone joining the LCAP or reviewing this document, it makes much more sense because they're aligned to our strategic directions. We have those 3, and you all approve that, and we move that direction. So thank you, because it creates some clarity around a very dense and oftentimes complicated document. So I appreciate that as well. Any other comments? I will be here next week as well and can answer any questions. And please, anyone go online and send us any comments. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. I have several cards on this topic. First, Paula Andrews. Is Paula here? I'm afraid she may have put down the wrong number. Okay, Mike Arata.
So-called equity activism appears again in the LCAP. Your related 6th slide in the deck that I saw earlier shows training for all staff in the aforementioned Responding to Hate and Discrimination Handbook. Also in gender support plans and in Gender 101 training. The so-called gender support plans utilize an assessment form that was created by the external gender bender activist organization called Gender Spectrum. Each school has a designated coordinator for those plans, and only 2 of 36 schools have psychologists assigned as coordinators. So what's involved is potentially dangerous, unlicensed amateur psychotherapy. Earlier in the year, I asked how many of these gender support plans are presently being utilized and how the numbers compare to the previous 2 school years. My concern is the rapidly growing numbers of young people across the country, especially clusters of teen and preteen girls, who are demonstrating rapid onset gender dysphoria. The common etiology appears to be or to involve school-based counseling and social media. The district refused to answer my question, so hopefully concerned parents are beginning to utilize their federal right to directly inspect all student records under the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, or FERPA. Gender 101, a video program to be required for all district staff, encourages kids literally to explore their gender identity. The nearly 2-hour video was constructed with heavy-duty input from PFLAG, another external activist group. Some of the other external activist organizations collaborating, some would say colluding, with the district include the Gay, Lesbian, and Straight Education Network and the radical CTA-NEA teacher unions. Meanwhile, and in reality, the abbreviation DEI stands here not for genuine diversity, equity, and inclusion, but instead for division, exclusion, and incitement. Unless parents step forward to demand changes, the district will continue to abuse the authority that you've been delegated by parents and the taxpayers at large. You seem still to be asserting that there was a black mannequin head. So far as anybody can tell, the girls say there was not. And in that respect, you've been conflating other issues, once again, assuming this is all part of a racist whole. So the first step needs to be to go back to your own handbook and write out the actual timeline, what the facts were, and then bring it up to date. You're ignoring your own handbook on such matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Senkantry.
It's important because it's a public document. Can you please repeat what I said? Can you please repeat what I wrote on the card?
Ms. Senkantry.
That's not what I
Do
wrote.
you want to make comments on this
I
item?
do,
Please start then.
I don't want you to call me wrongly. Why won't you respect me? This is what I mean. You guys, it's not about the program of equity. It's about the people who are going to implement the program, such as you. I don't have trust that you will be able to respect my child. You don't even respect my card, which says Taiwan, the country. You keep saying Miss whatever. Where is your respect for me? You have no respect for me because I'm yellow, because I'm from Taiwan. You know, I have a lot of respect for Dr. Martin Luther King. I was reprimanded by this lady here. I still respect her because she's old. Her memory is parked in her time. Our society has moved on. Now, the United States of America has a lot of diversity, including me. My reality is different from hers. The ones who persecute me happen to be Black race, such as the meeting that I went to at my local city council public meeting. The executive secretary who treated me rudely and grabbed the chair out of my hand was a Black person. And I can't even talk about that. Just listen to the people behind me judging me. My reality is not accepted as equity. Only your reality is defined as equity. This is why you shouldn't be touching this topic at all, because you yourself are biased and you have your own political agenda. Look at the posters in the back. What does it say? Does it say equity or excellence? Your job is about teaching academics. You're completely out of line in terms of your jurisdiction. You have no power or authority or the ability or the sainthood. You're not a saint. You just demonstrated to everyone you discriminated me. You won't even say my card. We are required, a lot of teachers are fired for not saying the name or the pronouns of a certain student, yet you won't even respect me. Let's talk about the word nigger. There were a professor in Southern California who was fired for said.
You know, you're
which is
Ms. Chern. You're out of line.
And he was fired.
Helen, please stop. You're being.
Can really have no intention of any. You guys treat me.
You need to go sit down.
Please. Yes, please. Yes, your time is over.
Nega.
Please.
Nega is not
Please.
that.
Okay.
I am the one. See, okay, I'm glad you came because you just demonstrated black racism against.
Your time is up, Helen, on this topic. I apologize that when someone gets up, I cannot stop them from expressing their freedom of speech. However, when they stray from the topic at hand, I'm able to try to stop it at that point. I apologize. Moving on, no other items or public hearing items on this topic, so I will close this one. Moving on. Board, if you do not mind, I have two things I want to do out of order here. First, I noticed as the room cleared that Tammy's in the back room. You didn't get a chance to speak. Okay. You know what they call that? They call that a fraidy cat, but that's okay. The other thing I'd like to do is move on to item 10.7 and have the board take up the action to seat our student board member. if our board does not mind. So with that, John, how would you like to handle that?
Thank you, President Mintz. I am so grateful to our board a little while ago for passing the motion to ensure that we have a student board member. And it speaks to the commitment that we've spent a lot of time reflecting on tonight. And I promise you that some of our meetings can be intense, but not all of them. So that we want your voice, we want your experience. The other thing that's so important is we built a bit of an infrastructure in the last while with student leaders such as Student Senate that we know will support your work. We're excited that you are going to be joining this board this evening. And I think it's important for you to tell us a little bit about you. And I mean, I've gotten to know you through the interview and through our phone conversation, but I think it's important for you to introduce yourself to us so that we can know you a little bit and look forward to working with you so much. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Malloy. I just first want to thank the board for even providing the opportunity for a student to be able to sit here with all of you guys and be able to have a voice that is respected and heard and speak on behalf of fellow students in the district. I've worked to share the voices and try to best represent the teens in my city for San Ramon since 8th grade. And I really value and honor the opportunity to be able to do that for the district now. And I completely look forward to the next year getting to work with all of you. Just the past more than 3 hours, very educational. And, I look forward to getting to know different perspectives, getting to reach out to more teens across the district. And I really hope that I can best represent those voices. And I know I will do my best to do that. Thank you.
Very good. I really appreciate your participation. We absolutely value your voice. It's critical. We've learned this past year with Ronit's participation, and we look forward to your participation this next year. What I really hope is that you recognize that you are a full participant on this board. The only difference being that your vote, and we will be asking you to vote on items, but your vote is, what do we call it? Advisory vote. Thank you. She keeps helping my words. But that should not take anything away from your participation. We definitely want to hear from you. And it's not just on the student issues. As an individually, we want to hear your voice as well as those that you represent, just as we do in the community as well.
And President Mintz, if I could just ask Anya one thing, because you were so inspiring in the interview process regarding all of the leadership activities that you have experienced in your life. Could you offer the board and the community just a few of those things that you have led and that you have learned from, which is why we are so excited about you being here?
Of course. So in 8th grade, I was a part of City Council's ambassador program to the Teen Council. And then from there, I joined the Teen Council as a freshman. I got to work with a lot of great people. I served on the Library Advisory Committee. I worked with some amazing adults who are working to, make libraries more inclusive for everyone and teens especially. And I was able to offer my perspective in that light. And then from there, I was appointed to be the vice chair my sophomore year. And I served that term. I learned so much. I worked with an amazing advisor, Jen, who taught me so much. She works with teen programs across San Ramon. She's working on some really great projects this summer as well. And I've learned so much, and I can't wait to bring that experience here. And I can't wait to just keep learning with all of you guys. And I know I'm going to learn so much, and I'm really, really excited. Thank you.
Thanks for that. I just wanted you to put some of those things out there because you had shared them with us and we were really appreciating of that experience.
And I believe we need to take action as a board. Okay, Mr. Country wishes to speak on this item, which is the placement.
Taiwan's the country. So I remember this representative in waiting. She comes from a system where all the agendas are given to her. That is not really how democracy works. Democracy really needs to come from the students if they are representing the students and not taking your agenda as their agenda. Otherwise, we will have more white students being hit on the head with milk because they're not considered possible to be a victim because you already have bias. Just like I can never have my name read correctly because you don't want to. This is the reality of our present, quote unquote, democracy, which is hypocrisy and falsehood. It's unfortunate that we are brainwashing and basically grooming a puppet for your agenda. I'm deeply sorry.
Okay. So at this time, we'd like to take board action on approval of our student board member. Can I have a motion, please?
Yes, so moved.
I'll second.
Thank you. The motion was made by Board Member Ordway and seconded by Board Member Bratt. Roll call vote. Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Mintz.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Anya, congratulations. We look forward to working with you. If I can ask you to come forward with your parents and the superintendent to take a quick picture. And I'll join you. Board members, would you join us now? I think so. That's great. Okay, we'll get back on track now. We have another, let me get to my back page. Another exciting public hearing. This one is on the proposed 2022-23 district budget. Mr. Hillman. Short and sweet, right?
Thank you, President Mintz. I will try to go through this quickly given the hour of the day. I wanted to start as Logan's pulling it up on the screen by a couple of thank yous, if you'll indulge me just for a moment. I'm going to move this mic. I wanted to make sure that I had an opportunity to acknowledge the team of people that helped put this together. The slide deck, I pretty much did, but all of the numbers that are here come from an entire department. And I just wanted to take a minute because they don't get a lot of acknowledgement. And there's a couple of individuals that I may not be able to acknowledge again, and you'll hear why in just a second. I wanted to acknowledge our interim fiscal director, Gail Tribal. She came out of retirement in the spring of 2020 to assist us in the business department, and she's been working part-time for the past 2 years. And then our director of accounting and payroll, Lori Benetti, she plans to retire at the end of June. And I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge both Gail and Lori and thank them for their hard work and dedication to the district. Also, I wanted to say thank you to Executive Director of Business Services, Evan Miller, our Business Manager, Nicole Kubler, our Administrative Assistant, Sandra Corsetti, the entire business department, including accounts payable, accounts receivable, our budget analysts, our payroll technicians, and our buyers, because collectively this group of people made it possible to accurately report the district's financial position to the trustees and the public as required by law. They're the ones behind the scenes making this possible. And as we start this new cycle of an adopted budget for next school year, I wanted to take a second and call them out and just say thank you. So thank you for letting me do that.
Thank you, Danny, for doing that.
Okay, so tonight I'm going to try to fly through this as quick as I can. I'm going to go over very quickly the budget cycle, just a quick overview, the state budget process, our 22-23 general fund budget assumptions, both revenues and expenditures, and then get into just very quickly the LCAP revenues and expenditures so you can see how they tie together. And then lastly, the 22-23 adopted budget financial summary and multi-year projection. And then lastly, next steps, which I've added a couple things to the slides based on newest information from Sacramento that wasn't available by the time this had to go to print. So that's where we're going to go today. All right, so here we are in the overall budget cycle. For those people who are not familiar with this, we're at the top of the table here, adopted budget. This is what we do at a new fiscal year. It has to be done before July 1st. For first interim, second interim, those are all the check-in spots for the board and the public to see how our finances are doing. But it starts with this particular topic right here at adopted budget. It's where we have to start the process. This is a requirement from the California Department of Education, and we have to use very specific forms. It's all uniform. The financial accounting is all very much in a particular format. And so this is how we prepare the documents for submission to the county and then to the state. As an overview of the timeline, the governor put out his budget proposal for next fiscal year, which begins July 1 back in January. The state then reviews all of the tax receipts that come in over the spring. The governor gives an update in May. It's called the May revision or the May revise. That revised budget has to come out mid-May, and it did. And then between May and June, this is where some things start to take place between the governor and the legislature. And here are just a couple milestones on the slide. The district has a responsibility to have a budget approved by the 15th of the month, but the legislature and the governor aren't done with their work yet. So it creates this somewhat structural thing that we can't get around. So we have to basically pass a budget before everyone leaves for the month of June, using the best information we have available, even though the state's not done. And I know that seems a little weird because it is, but our public may not realize that. And so when I talk at the very end of the presentation about some of the things we anticipate happening, those will be reflected in August, and I'll get there in just a second. We'll talk about that. So as I mentioned, between the May revise, May 15th, and budget adoption at the state level, June 30th, negotiations take place. And this has been happening pretty heavy since the May revise came out. It involves the state assembly, the state senate, the governor and his administration, like the Department of Finance. They get involved and help us basically understand some of the proposals. So quick recap for those who weren't paying attention or weren't in attendance at the last couple of meetings where we talked about this. The state has collected more revenues than they expected. The Senate, Assembly, and the governor all have ideas about how to commit more dollars to education. They all have competing priorities, they all have opposing bills, and they all seek to use the same set of revenues. So some decisions are going to have to be made. We still don't know how the negotiations are going to settle, so we can't yet guarantee what kind of revenues we're going to receive or the potential spending restrictions we may receive. Maybe we get some new rules along with it. We're not exactly quite sure. We know what the governor put out mid-May, and most of that is reflected here in the presentation. But as I said, I have an update for you from what the legislature has been talking about that came really after press time, and that's not reflected in the financials, and I'll talk about that in just a second. So what we do know, walking into when the paperwork had to be finalized, we know that the state will fund a sizable COLA, a cost of living adjustment. We also know that district revenues will be based on the higher of one of the following things. Current law is that we would use either our current average daily attendance or our prior year average daily attendance. We know that this new option, the third one listed, the 3-year average of average daily attendance, is going to be in some form in the final budget. We just don't know exactly what the language is, but we know enough to be able to predict our revenues for next school year. We also know that all 3 state players, the Senate, the Assembly, and the governor, have proposals to do the following things. Commit additional dollars to schools beyond the constitutional requirement because they've got a lot of extra revenue to play with. We also know that those commitments are coming in the form of one-time commitments and ongoing commitments. We also know that all 3 of them have worked on proposals that raise the local control funding formula base grants, which is our primary source of revenue. This is all good news for schools, all up and down the state. None of this is bad. We just don't have a lot of the details, as I said, when we went to print. So some of the budget assumptions that we have included in our average daily attendance, the 3-year average option. What that does is it takes our average daily attendance over a 3-year period, and that 3-year period rolls every time we add a budget year. That's helpful to us because it gives us a way to mitigate declining enrollment, which most districts in the state of California are experiencing. We are experiencing that too. Our average daily attendance has been adjusted upward to include TK. Transitional kindergarten, as most of you know, has moved the birthday back, and we have a growing class of TK, and those students are included in our average daily attendance. Our average daily attendance is also adjusted downward due to declining enrollment and the students we expect to have next year. As I mentioned, cost of living adjustment, the COLA, we're adding that in there. It is 6.56% for next year. And we've also, in part of our assumptions, have the 3 significant turn the page costs. Turn the page means we finish 1 year and go to the next year. You have to turn the page. Step and column salary increases, pension costs for the state teacher retirement system and the public employee retirement system, STRS and PERS, and health and welfare costs. This information is not that new to what I presented to you to the preliminary budget assumptions last month. So here are some of that data here. I won't go through all of it. I'll just go through the next year, the 22-23 year. We're using an enrollment of 29,274. Each subsequent year is negative 275 in our enrollment. Our attendance rate, 96.9%. Typically, we have a higher attendance rate. And just for those of you watching that don't look at this all the time, attendance rate is what we get paid on. We don't get paid on enrollment. We get paid on the students who show up and are in the seats. As I mentioned, the COLA is there, 6.56%. And the governor's budget and the legislature has since confirmed that they will have the funding available to make AB 602, our special ed per pupil rate, go from 715 per pupil up to 820. We know to be true, we've included those in our revenues on the budget assumptions. On our expenditure side, the STRS rate for the state teacher retirement system, so anybody with it's called certificated or anybody with a credential, is going to go from 16.92% up to 19.1%. That's significant. From there, it's going to stay flat for now. STRS hasn't talked about any additional increases. PERS, it's currently 22.9. It's going to ratchet up to 25.3, and then you can see there are a couple adjustments in the out years. Step and column increases, we assume 1%. Health and welfare benefit cost increases, we assume 10%. It's worth noting that our health and welfare is not done on a fiscal year. It's done on a calendar year, which means we always have 2 years with our health and welfare benefits. We should be getting our Kaiser quote on what it's going to cost us any day now. They were supposed to come around June 1st. We haven't received it yet, but Keith and I are on the watch for that. And then we can adjust our assumption of 10% with the actual cost once we get it. We don't have it yet. This slide is the LCAP revenues that I wanted to just mention. So this ties back to something called the budget overview for parents, which is part of the LCAP plan. Mr. Campopiano was speaking about the 92 pages or so. This is included in that, and I just wanted to show this graph because it's a summary of the funds that we receive and how many of them are allocated to the goal items listed in the LCAP. So the pie graph on the left is very simply all of the revenue that we would receive. It is approximately $391 million on the left side. You can see that the largest chunk of that pie is the total LCFF funds of $299 million. And then of the LCFF, the pie on the right, you can see as it's blown out, we get $294 million plus from just students attending on the grade spans. You're a TK student, you're a 12th grade student, and everybody in between. That little itty bitty slice is the supplemental and concentration grants that the state allocates to school districts that have high, what they call unduplicated counts of students, meaning students who are qualified for foster care, or students who have low income, or students who are English language learners. Our district has a very low percentage of those students, so we receive a very low percentage of supplemental and concentration grants. So again, for anybody that's looking at this for the first time, that's what that represents. If you took another district similar to size and ours, but with different demographics, this pie chart would look very, very different. On the expenditure side, this is how our overall expenditures work, $396 million. And of those, 30 million are tied directly to goals in the LCAP. The majority of our money that we spend is spent on our employees. I'll get to that in just a second. And you can see that the 30 million plus on the left-hand bar graph is delineated very specifically to the actual steps in the LCAP, which is available on the front desk and available on our website if anyone would like to ask about it or ask questions. As Mr. Campopiano said, we will be taking questions between now and next Tuesday, making any adjustments, taking that input. Okay, so I'm gonna spend a little bit of time here. So this is the multi-year projection for next year, the year after that, and the year after that. The multi-year projection is a required element. We must have it. It is state required. The multi-year projection is not intended to predict the future. It is not predicting the future. Its purpose is to show the impacts of current year decisions down the road. So it's perfectly imperfect. It's made up of assumptions. One assumption, everything in the out years changes. That's why I spent some time going over what the assumptions are, so that you have a baseline if you want to look at this as to why things change from year 1, year 2, and year 3. That's how we refer to it in shorthand. So that being said, I mentioned earlier that there is a 6.56 COLA. You can see that reflected in the top left box there where it says LCFF sources under next school year, 22-23, of $299.9 million. That is an increase of about $11 million over the current year. We received about $288 million this year. So a 6.56 COLA helps us and increases our revenue by about 11 million or so. Our federal revenue is made up primarily of, and I think I have it on the, I do, it's on animation, sorry about that. The special ed money that we get from the federal government of about 5.3 million. And then our titles 1, 2, and 3 equal about $1 million. And then the rest of it comes from in the form of career technical education. So we don't get a lot of money from the federal government. Most of our money comes from the state. Most of it's in LCFF. The other state revenue, the 57 million, we tried to list it out there for you. Apologize that it's small, but we're trying to get as much info on a slide as we can so it's descriptive. We get a special ed allotment for our special ed master plan of 29.5 million. We get lottery funds in the form of 6.7 million. We get mandated cost reimbursement. We're expecting about 1.4 million. We get STRS payments on behalf. It isn't really money to us. It goes right to our employees of 10.9 million. And then we have a COVID grant in there for 7 million. And then expanded learning opportunities program of $870,000. That's what we're expecting. The other local revenue that you see there, $27.2 million, pardon me, is made up of two primary things. One of them is the parcel tax, Measure A, which was voted on by our voters in 2016. That provides about $6.8 million in local funding. In addition to about another $1.5 million we intend to receive from leases and rentals. And then the balance, most of the balance is about $15.7 million in donations from our local community to our local schools. And it is held right there in that 27 number. It's all summarized there. So the big thing here to note in the revenue section, which is the top half of this, is that you'll see that our LCFF sources are going up in the out years. There's two different things that are competing here. As of right now, we have 2 COLAs that have been told to us for planning purposes in year 2 and year 3. We've added those in. The other thing is we still have declining enrollment. So as you have a little bit more funding going up, but the number of kids going down, you can see that the change between year 2 and year 3 is pretty minimal. And that's because those two things are offsetting to a certain degree. You can see that our federal funding, we're not expecting it to increase or decrease. It's fairly flat. And then our other state revenue, we do expect to decline in the year 2 and year 3. And then our local revenue, we're holding it flat essentially because the parcel tax is a static number for the most part with a little bit of growth. And our overall donations, we don't try to anticipate that. It's more of a in arrears sort of a number. We track how we did or how many dollars were donated to schools and we put it on there. But we don't try to increase it or anything in the out years. It's not meant for that, so we don't do that. On the expenditure side, the bottom half of this, we have certificated salaries, classified salaries. Our classified salaries, again, just as a friendly reminder, anyone who's not a credential holder. So it could be anyone that's doing our clerical work, doing child nutrition, doing our custodial work, our maintenance, our classified management. There's a whole bunch of people there, but it's our non-certificated folks. Our employee benefits are there. That includes all of our pensions obligations. It includes our health and welfare, and all of our statutory costs that we have to pay, like state disability insurance, things like that. That's all lumped into employee benefits. I want to highlight books and supplies for just a minute. $13.2 million next year, and then you see it drops down to 9.7. The main reason for that change is that we are, with the help of Ed Services, going to be purchasing 2 textbook adoptions next year. Those are already pre-approved. The texts and the items are pre-approved. We have the money here to do it. And so we'll be doing that next year. We don't have textbook adoptions as of now, slated for years 2 or 3, but we do have it for next year. And we also have some more one-to-one purchases that you're going to see there as we spend down the rest of the COVID dollars. The books and supplies area you're going to see kind of decrease over time because those have to be spent by the fall of 2024. One other note on this of our expenditures I wanted to highlight before I move on to the next slide. Certificated salaries, classified salaries, and employee benefits make up about 86% of the $399 million in bold that you see at the bottom there. And so we put the largest majority of our resources into our employees, rightly so. We're a people business. You can't educate students, without people. And so that's where the lion's share of our money goes. At the very bottom, I wanted to point out the net increase, decrease to fund balance, because this is going to come in handy in the next slide. I would like to point out still, once again, also, that our revenues are $391 million. We're spending $399 million. That is deficit spending. So the only way to fund the expenditures that are on this sheet is to tap into our ending fund balance, which I'm going to go over in just a second. And I'd like to show that the 7.7 decreases in the 23-24 year, and then you can see it comes back up in the 24-25 year. The bottom line is we're still spending more money than we're bringing in based upon just the COLA and our enrollment. There's a lot of other things swirling around out there about what we may get from the state. I'm going to get to that, but that is not reflected here because when we had to go to print for this, those numbers weren't available. And really none of it's official until they actually have a signed budget. So it's not something we can move forward with our paperwork on to the county and to the state, but it is something that we're prepared to act on. Once the state takes action on a final budget, we will incorporate it.
Danny, go ahead and take a breath for a second.
Go ahead.
It's 11 o'clock. Unfortunately, given where we are on the agenda and things we have to get done, I'm going to ask for a motion to continue until midnight, and hopefully we won't go that late.
So moved.
Second.
Take a vote on that.
The motion was made by Board Member Pratt and seconded by I can't talk at this hour. Seconded by Board Member Ordway. Roll call vote. Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Pratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Mintz.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, and sorry for the interruption.
That's okay. I
Ready
need
to jump back
probably-
in?
Yeah, it's okay. I probably
Okay.
needed to slow down and take a breath anyway. So the net increase to the fund balance, as you can see there, I'd like to go over that next. I'm going to go to the next slide. You can see that next year we are anticipating a net beginning balance of 33.2 million. That's the top number on the far left box there. We are anticipating to end next year with 25.5 million. If you do the math on that, the difference is 7.7 million from the previous slide. So this is where we're paying for the fact that we have more expenditures next year planned than we're bringing in revenue. Again, just with the COLA. I'm going to keep saying that because when we get to the very end with the extra slides, it starts to get a little nutty with the amount of money we're talking about. You'll see what I mean in a second. So of the components of ending fund balance, what makes up that 25.5 million? I've broken that out for you here. Basically what we end up with, my little yellow boxes once again, we have a section of non-spendable, about $500,000. This is things like stores and supplies, stuff you can't liquidate and sell, materials on the shelves in the warehouse. In the legally restricted, this is how it breaks down. We have the educator effectiveness grant, lottery instruction materials. This portion is restricted. Classified professional development grant, the ELO grant, maintenance, our deferred maintenance, and other local donations. So this amount we can't spend because you can spend it, pardon me, but you need to spend it on very specific things that only fall within those programs. So of the 25 million, 12 million is restricted. That's by state law. The assigned amount of 12.8 million, one more yellow box and then I'll stop with those, I promise. The 12.8 million, we need 12.1 of it to cover our deficit spending over the next 3 years. Supplemental services, 312,000, instructional materials, 314,000, lottery carryover, 91,000. I'd like to highlight that about all the items in the assigned category, outside of the deficit spending, everything else is in the hundreds of thousands. We're not talking about millions anymore. So the deficit spending of 12.1 helps us get through the negative balances that I showed you on the previous slide. And until we have guaranteed new money coming from the state and new revenues, we need to hold on to that 12 million, otherwise we won't make it the third year. As you can see, under 24-25, the assigned dollar goes from 12.8 down to $500,000. So there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, I don't think the number's been that low in the third year in probably a long time. And I would probably look to Rachel and Ken. You've seen these sheets for a long time. I just want to highlight that that's a new thing for us. So the total ending fund balance you can see there. Let me jump to the reserve for economic uncertainty. The state of California requires that a district of our size, below 30,000 students, has a reserve of 3%. In the 22-23 year, that reserve of 3% is about $11.9 million, and we do have that set aside in Fund 17. Think of it like another checking account. It's also part of the budget packet. Everyone can see the whole thing. Everything thus far I've been talking about is Fund 1, our main checking account. So in Fund 17, we have 11.9 set aside, and then several years ago, I believe, it's been years now, this board set aside an additional, I think it was $5 million in declining enrollment funds, and that also resides in Fund 17. So we have the 3% sitting, 11.9. We have another 4.4 sitting there for a total reserve of 4.1. The state minimum is 3%, so we're above the state minimum. We have it set aside in Fund 17, and you can see how it tweaks and changes each of the 3 years that are on the sheet. And remember, the reason it's tweaking is because it's a percentage of our total expenditures. So as that number changes, the percentage is going to change. Or the dollar amount's going to change, pardon me. The percentage is still 3%. Okay, so I mentioned the required reserves of equal 3%. They reside in Fund 17. I also mentioned that we have the deficit spending, and the assigned amounts are one-time dollars. That's another thing I'd like to highlight. Once those dollars are gone, we don't necessarily get them back unless the state gives us new ongoing revenue. So the next steps, and I'm going to come back to this slide, as I wanted to lay out the timeline more succinctly than I did on the graphic earlier in the presentation. Today's June 7th. We have the public hearing. It's still June 7th, but it might be June 8th here pretty soon. We have the public hearing. We have the review of these documents in the budget. The full packet is on the front counter, also on our website. June 14th, we'll be back in front of you asking for action to adopt this budget. June 30th, Sacramento has to adopt their budget. And then this board will see in an August board meeting, the 45-day budget revision. That will align our budget with anything that the state decides between June 14th and when we meet again after the 14th. August to October, we will be reviewing our actual enrollment numbers to make sure that the students showed up. That's always one of the things that we track because we may predict a certain number and we've budgeted on that number, both expenditures and revenues. But if those students don't actually show up, we need to know, and we need to know really straight away, right as the year starts. And then the first real check-in after the August meeting on the financials will be the first interim financial report. That'll happen in December. So this gives you the full overview of what to expect in the next 6 months or so about fiscal things in the district. But now let me go and talk about an update on the state budget process. Since the May revise, the legislature combined their efforts and published their budget on June 1st after we went to print. Their budget confirmed some of the governor's proposals, but they rejected some other things. And the legislature made some counter proposals as well. So the next few slides, I've tried to attempt to summarize it. I didn't go into all the different pieces, but I did the main ones that will yield dollars for our district. And I also want to highlight that these are preliminary estimates on the next couple of slides. These are not official numbers, so please, they are approximations based upon what we know right now. Even if they go through right now, we'd still need to calculate them for real. My hunch is that things are still going to move. It's a moving target still. Even though we're starting to narrow down, we're starting to see where they're headed, and I'd like to share that with you now. Whoops, I skipped too many. All right, local control funding formula base funding, pardon me. So I broke this into a little table. I like tables. Christine and I like tables. May revise is in the middle. That's what came out May 13th. The legislative budget came out 6/1. Here's what we know. The governor proposed a 6.56 COLA. The legislative budget accepted that COLA. That yields about $11.5 million to us. If you look at this on a computer screen and not on the projector, you can see that the stuff in green is what I think it's going to be, what we think it's going to be. But please give me a little latitude there to make sure that the calculations are right, and Evan can kick me and throw things at me when I'm wrong. The other thing that the governor proposed was an increase to the base of another $2.1 billion. You heard President Laura Finko from Servia talk about that number earlier. What does that mean to us? It means probably about another $10 million to us. So the legislature accepted that. And then they said, we want more to the base. We'll take your 2.1 and we'll raise you another 4.5. That's 6.6. That's another $17 million in revenue. The legislature is also countered with, they want to add to the unduplicated definition. Remember I mentioned earlier that that's English language students, students in low income, and also those in foster care. They want to add homelessness to that as well. And they also want to increase the poverty threshold to 250% of the national average, meaning they want to take the number of students who currently qualify under law for unduplicated status, and they want to expand that pool. So more students would qualify. Therefore, the districts who have high numbers of unduplicated would get more supplemental and more concentration dollars. I referenced that earlier. We don't get a lot of those. We only have about 10% of our students who are qualified as unduplicated. This new definition might expand that, and we might have more students who qualify, therefore more concentration and supplemental. I don't have a way of calculating, but we'll come back to you when we do. A second item that the governor proposed was declining enrollment in ADA relief. I mentioned earlier, 3-year rolling average for average daily attendance. The legislature accepted that. So that's now going to be the thing moving forward. That will be an option. We've included that in our budget because that's a little easier to calculate. The governor also proposed that of the 3 years, because of the effects of COVID, he wanted to provide an opportunity for districts to essentially swap out the lowest year, the COVID year, this year, 21-22, for the 19-20 rate, which is higher because it was before COVID. At this point, the legislature has rejected that. So we'll see where they land because that might provide a little bit of extra revenue as well. We'll track that and get back to you. This is the big headline that you've probably heard. And again, we heard it in this boardroom a little earlier tonight. The Learning Recovery Discretionary Block Grant. The governor proposed $8 billion in one-time funds. We think that's going to be about $39 million to our district. The legislature accepted that. They upped it a bit, $8.5 billion. We think that's about $41 million to us. The governor's proposal was full discretion. He gave us some intent language. He wanted us to spend it on certain things, but there was no law or proposed law that would require districts to spend it a certain way. The legislative budget does have some specificity that they would like us to stick to: salaries, benefits, employer contributions to benefit, and pension costs. Both of them agree, the governor and the legislature, that it should be based on per pupil spending. That's how we can do a calculation. And it should be spent within 7 years. They both agreed to that timeline so far. We'll see if it changes, but so far that's where we are. Expanding Learning Opportunities program. The governor proposed several implementation changes, which I wrote down, but basically what it does is it just makes the program easier to implement. So as an example, extend the grace period for implementation by 1 year, delaying the audit and allowing carryover until 23-24, and adopts a prorated penalty for audit findings. These are all just legal things that the governor was trying to help districts out. So he proposed that. The legislature said, sure, we like it. The governor then said, well, I want to increase the funding to $4.8 billion. The legislature came back and said, no, we like $4.4 billion better. The governor said, I want to give all school districts $2,500 per student, which would give us about $3.5 million. I don't know what just happened. It's still on. Oh, okay, it's just the projector. Okay. So $2,500 per student, which would give the district about $3.5 million. The legislative side of it, they want to maintain a two-tier system of funding. What that means is that if you're a district that has 75% of your student population or higher is unduplicated count is higher than 75%, the legislature wants to give those districts $3,000 a student, higher need. If you're under 75%, you would get $1,500 a student. So a district like us, we're at 10%. We're nowhere near 75%. So that would mean $2.1 million. So the delta there is significant. That's $1.4 million. We would prefer the governor's proposal in this particular case. Also, the governor was hearing from schools that it was very difficult to implement this program because of facilities issues. So he proposed a $1 billion infrastructure one time to help schools get up to speed. The legislature said, no, we don't like that idea. We're going to come back instead, create a new block grant specific to arts, music, instructional materials, and libraries. So this is the fun negotiations that goes back and forth between the legislature and the governor. We like this, you like that. I stopped here and I don't have much more because these were the big takeaways. the everything else is kind of in the weeds at this point. And for a district like ours, the more that the legislature and the governor talk about high needs districts, we're not a high needs district in the sense that they're defining it. Therefore, we won't qualify for some of the things if that's how they write the language. We don't know how it's going to land, but there's one more I wanted to mention, and that is home to school transportation. And then I'll stop. The school nutrition is good. You can read it. This home to school transportation is significant for us because the governor doesn't really talk about anything new funding for home to school transportation. Our district does not currently offer home to school transportation. We offer transportation to those students who need it because students have it in their individual education plan, because if they are a student with a disability and they need transportation, we provide it. But we don't offer home to school transportation. The legislative budget has $1.2 billion that would require districts to offer home to school transportation for all TK to 6 students and low income students, and we would have to start in 2027. This is a significant program that we are not positioned to implement very quickly. We have a shortage of bus drivers. There's all sorts of problems here. I won't get into it tonight because of the hour, but this is something we're watching very closely, because if the state, any part of the state starts to require home to school transportation, we will have to pivot fairly quickly in order to meet any of the deadlines that they give us. So besides the things on the screen here, there's stuff about facilities, there's stuff about deferred maintenance and TK classrooms and childcare, and I'm not going to get into any of that here. We'll just wait and see how it all lands. Again, it's based a lot on high needs designations, and we'll come back to you when we have those updates. But I would say overall, we can expect additional ongoing and additional one-time dollars to our district. We just don't know exactly how many dollars we're talking about, and we don't know exactly what the strings might be that are attached to them. So when we know more about that, we can talk more about it. But as of right now, the budget that's before you and that has been printed and is online takes most of this and doesn't account for it because it's just too much of a moving target. So all that to say, I'm back to our timeline, just as a friendly reminder. And that's all I have for this evening. And I would open it up to questions or any comments that the board or the public has. Thank you.
Danny, thank you very much. That was very concise and well said. Board members, any questions or comments? This is a public hearing. We actually vote on this at our next meeting next week. Any questions at this point? No? Just wowed us, Danny. And we're waiting to hear what happens at the state level too. Very good. I do have one speaker card on this item. Ms. Secantri, you have 3 minutes. Please keep your comments.
It's Taiwan's a country. I get the rules. Thank you. You're cutting
I'm
into
gonna
my
say it
time.
anyway, specific to the budget presentation that was just given. Thank you.
I have been coming for so many days. I don't really need you to remind me. I'm an A+ student. You're really boring my mind for repeating something I already know. But at least maybe you can pronounce my name right. I would appreciate that. That is Taiwan's a country. So thank you, Mr. Hillman, for the presentation. Currently, I don't think you really have the budget to hire those additional equity counselors. But I'm sure the state legislature and Governor Newsom will perform some kind of magic and give you those money because it's their agenda. So definitely you will get money for that. However, as a parent, I would like to request the following if it's possible when we have the money. High school freshmen really deserve to have individual lockers. This year, you guys require the freshman students to share lockers, which is really discriminatory. Dr. Malloy repeatedly say that, you know, he cares about all students, and we have learned from tonight's meeting it is not true. If you are a white student, you are behind a black student. If you are a yellow student, you're way down there on the bottom. Who cares about you? We don't even need to pronounce your name right. Also, President Mintz really cares about gender bathroom. I appreciate that. However, can we please have working straight bathrooms sometimes? In the beginning of the school year, the boys' bathrooms were repeatedly clogged. No boys can go to bathroom. Do you care about those boys who hold their pee all day long because their boys' bathrooms don't work? You don't care. So you guys really are very hypocritical. Can I just have like straight bathrooms so my child doesn't need to see people having oral sex in there? There was a parent who spoke a beautiful accent earlier. She said that, oh, young people will find their pleasure however they want. If it's not in the school bathroom, it will be in their car.
Please stick to the budget.
It is. I'm asking you to please have budget to give straight persons, students, straight bathrooms. Now you have gender bathrooms. We want straight bathrooms, so we don't need to see oral sex. And she said, you know, people will have oral sex anyways, but the problem is my tax dollars pay for the public bathrooms in the schools. I don't pay for people's cars. So is it possible you can get the students to have oral sex in the cars so that at least we like clean, straight bathrooms? And lastly, if it's possible, can we please have
Thank you for your comments.
on not propping doors open for mass shooters?
Thank you. Not seeing any other comments, I'm going to close the public hearing on this item, and we'll move on to item 10.4, which is a public hearing on the SRVUSD Special Education Local Plan Area SELPA Annual Service Plan for 22-23. And Linda.
Good evening. I will be very brief. The SELPA, the San Ramon Valley Unified School District Special Education Local Plan Area. Local plan is adopted and on our district website. As part of the local plan process, annually, we must adopt our annual service plan, which lists all special education services provided in accordance with the students' individualized education programs. As a single district SELPA, San Ramon Valley Unified provides services just from birth to age 22. And the annual service plan outlines those services that are provided to students and the location of where those services are provided. The services listed are those that are in compliance with our state Special Education Management Information System, or CalPADS. Additionally, our local plan outlines our annual budget plan, which, as Mr. Hillman spoke about in our budget report, talks specifically about our revenue streams, both at the federal and state level, as well as the expenditures in the larger buckets of how we plan to spend those. So again, our annual service plan is adopted annually, as is the budget plan, all in relation to the local plan. That is it in a nutshell. I'm open to questions.
Thank you. And that SELPA plan is available for people's review.
It is available online and has been posted as well.
Thank you. Board questions?
I have one, hopefully very easy question. The list of schools and providers, is that just ones who are approved, or do we have students at each one?
So with the list of schools and the services that are provided at the schools, those are for specific students that have those listed on their IEPs. So you may have a school site that has multiple different services provided based on students' individualized education programs, and some school sites that have fewer services. Again, it's 100% dependent on which students are attending those schools and how their IEPs read.
Great, thank you.
Any others? Thank you. This is a public hearing, an open public hearing. I see no cards. We'll close the public hearing. Move on to item 10.5. Consideration of approval of comprehensive support and improvement CSI grant expenditure plan. Christine or Dean.
Okay, I will be brief, and good evening, trustees and everyone else who still is here in the room. The Comprehensive Support and Improvement Information, better known as CSI, and this is college and career readiness for all our alternative education program. And so our district received the Comprehensive Support and Improvement CSI grant for Del Amigo, our continuation school, to improve student outcomes as part of the Every Student Succeeds Act, better known as SSA. And we received $201,719 that we need to spend by 22-23. And we met with staff, we got input, and what we are doing is hiring part-time social workers, psychologists, and instructional assistant to support the academic and social emotional growth of our students. We have been providing professional development and continue to provide professional development that will focus on restorative practices and evidence-based strategies for staff and students, looking to increase college and career readiness opportunities, and we will be expanding Del Amigo Continuation High School next year. And we will do progress monitoring along the year, and we collaborate multiple times per the year to review assessment data for ELA, math, college career readiness, and to make decisions for our students. We use district Bassbridge social emotional surveys and all other multiple measures to spend and to align with our LCAP and our SIPSA plan. And these expenditures are here for you to ask any questions or comments.
Nadine, I have one question.
Sure.
Any idea how many Del Amigo students we expect this next year?
So we are looking to increase it to 30 students next year.
Other questions, comments? Questions first, because I do have a speaker on this topic.
How many are we serving now at that?
This year, we could serve up to 15. That was what our MOU based on returning. We were still under COVID conditions, and based on the facilities, we did have construction going on there. So we were able to serve up to 15. And I believe consistently we had 11 or 12 students there this year.
So do you think that those 30 slots will serve the students that need that particular kind of education?
Because it is for recovery, and yes, we know we probably, based on the pandemic and learning recovery from our comprehensive high schools, there could potentially be more students that would need the program, but next year we're looking at the spacing 30 students.
Okay, thank you. We do have one speaker on this item, Ms. Sankantri.
Sure.
You have 3 minutes. Specific to the CSI
Yes.
grant expenditure plan.
Yes. First of all, I want to thank the staff for taking the care and spending the money on this very important sector of our community. I want to, however, make a suggestion. I was participating in a county level public meeting, and I know that countywide, our entire community is lacking the special talents in construction field. I was hoping that our high schools, even for normal programs, that you would possibly have some sort of summer internships. I would love to have my children. When I was participate in that kind of program, when I was a teenager, my church would have, build a house type of trip to Mexico. And now we don't even have workers to build our own houses. Even if we have all the money in the world, there's no one to build. I really don't think that the students that were addressed in this program necessarily require so much just mental and psychological recovery. As a former teacher myself, I believe my students come to me with different gifts and different talents. I ask all of you decision makers to please step outside of your box and don't see students with your own baggage and your own boxes. These students, they are gifted and they just need other types of learning programs that fit their talents. And I believe having a really effective and essential skill that translates to, vocation when they grow up and get out of our system that can sustain their livelihood and give them, decent pay jobs is worth us to invest money in it. And I ask you to please start looking for professional mentors or teachers who can teach them in this area before those people all die out. We really need to gap this area of our community needs, or in the future, we will all become homeless, not because we're poor, because we don't know how to build homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, okay. We're not set on yet. Okay. Any other comments from board members? Can I have a motion on the approval of the Comprehensive Support and Improvement Grant Expenditure Plan?
So moved.
Second.
The motion was made by Board Member Ordway and seconded by Board Member Clark. Roll call vote. Really tired. Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Brad.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Mintz.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Item 10.6 is consideration of approval of revision to Administrative Regulation 1312.3 Uniform Complaint Procedure. Mr. Wojcinski.
Thank you, President Mintz. Yes, this is seemingly the administrative regulation that will not go away. This is the third time that the trustees have seen this as an agendized item this year. We reviewed it and you approved revisions initially on October 26th. as just part of a standard review of various board policies and administrative regulations in preparation for a state review of our uniform complaint policies and procedures. We brought additional changes to you on April 19th that we were assured would bring us in full compliance. And then we had another state individual take a look after we submitted that and told us we needed to include one more phrase in that administrative regulation to bring it in full compliance. So this is something that really we have no latitude to make decisions around. I bring this to the board with the assurance, because I actually gave this administrative regulation to the state and I said, if I take this to my board, can I guarantee them that this is in full compliance now? And he said yes. So I bring it to you with that confidence and ask for your approval this evening. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions, comments from board members? If not, can I have a motion on approval of revision to Administrative Regulation 1312.3, the Uniform Complaint Procedure?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, excuse me. So we have a motion on the table. However, we do have a speaker card, Ms. Country, specific to the item on the revision to this specific administrative regulation on the uniform complaint procedure.
Yes, I'm an A+ student. I'm aware of that. I'm supposed to speak to the agenda topic. For public documentation's purposes, the public speaker card that you just saw says Taiwan's a country, not Miss a country. So I am wondering if once we have, first of all, I'm not sure what phrase, the presenter did not say what phrase we're missing and therefore caused the turn down. If that can be disclosed publicly, that would be great. Would you kindly please?
President Mintz? Okay. I believe that it's on page 8 of the maybe 9-page or so administrative regulation. And what it basically addresses in that particular paragraph is that if there are certain uniform complaints brought on alleged violations of certain topics, that the remedy would apply to every individual to whom it applies. And one of the things that it references there is student fees. It also references, strangely enough, LCAP programs that do not have or that lack either educational, I don't have it in front of me, or academic content. And that would be, for example, like a leadership class, for example. So basically, should there be any uniform complaints brought forward about courses that are basically run in the district that do not have educational content per se, that any remedy would apply to all the individuals to whom that complaint would apply. That's what that references.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, per that language, had a student that was involved in the mannequin incident file that complaint, what would happen to all the white students? Have you guys thought about what the state is trying to give us one size fits all? They are morons. I ask you, you are the elected body because you know our community the best. Please do not take morons' suggestion as one size fits all. Take this and think about what would have happened to that particular case if this form was ready and someone filed it. What would have happened? Thank you.
Thank you. We had a motion in, I believe, a second. Who's made the second?
The motion was made by Board Member Bratt and seconded by Board Member Hurd. Roll call votes. Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Mintz.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Item 10.8, consideration of adoption of resolution number 73/2122 in the matter of ordering the regular governing board member elections, specifications of election order. And my name's on here. It's routine in nature. However, I do have a card on this item from Lisa Disbro. Oh, you also had one for 10.8. Okay, yeah, I see the one for 11.1, so we'll get to that one. So this is routine nature, just to establish that we're having an election coming up. Anyone have any questions, comments? If not, can I have a motion to adopt resolution number 73, 2122 in a matter of ordering the regular governing board member elections?
So moved.
Second.
The motion was made by Board Member Clark and seconded by Board Member Ordway. Roll call vote, Board Member Ordway,
Aye.
Board Member Clark,
Aye.
Board Member Bratt,
Aye.
Board Member Hurd,
Aye.
Board Member Mintz.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Next is item 10.9, which was on consent calendar as 12.13. The item has to do with adoption of textbooks. I have two speakers on this item. Mike Arata. Okay. Next, Joe Rube. He left as well. I'm sorry. Unless the board members have any questions or comments about adoption of textbooks, can I have a motion?
I had one question.
Sure.
I was curious, since these particular books, there was quite a long list of them, were very publicly, shared and then put on display. I was curious if anyone had made an appointment to review those books.
We actually have not had any appointments to see the books, and they've been sitting in Building D of the district office this whole time.
Thank you. I think that's a relevant point because there were several characterizations of some of those books in some of our public comments, and I would just like it noted that nobody's come in to look at them. I would like to move approval of adoption of those books. Do
Second.
you want to put a card in?
Come on.
No.
Sure, come on.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Disbrow. I'm a sadly retired kindergarten teacher, and I have a lot of experience with read-alouds. Read-alouds are
Please speak into the microphone.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Read-alouds are a huge part of teaching reading and literacy and writing, and also in oral language development comprehension. So for me, when we talk about read-alouds, for me, that's my golden place to get a lot accomplished in a manner that's appealing to children, okay? And as you know, young children need things to be appealing, right? Short attention spans. The guy next door to them is more important than what's going on in the book. But I wanted to note that these titles all reflect a very specific point of view about life topics that many in your community do not share. And that's why we're experiencing the issues that were evident tonight. So I want to tell you just about I Am Jazz. I don't know if any of you have kept up with this young lady. It's very serious. She will not be able to become a mother. She is no longer capable of experiencing intimacy in the way that most people can because of her surgeries. She is not addicted, but she's prescribed lifelong for cross-sex hormones that have serious impact on her circulatory system, her heart, her brain, her emotion, and her other internal organs that have never been studied. These are very serious issues. We are now promoting to children and the idea that you can change your gender. I'm a Spanish speaker. Gender is for nouns. La casa, el hombre. That's the term where gender fits. It does not apply to human beings. I would like to recommend to everybody listening to see the movie, What is a Woman?, offered by Daily Wire, written by Matt Walsh, where the idea is deconstructed. Many of you will say that there is a Western idea that prefers, that controls sexuality. I disagree. It's fact. And tonight, if anyone was to go through your meeting and count the number of times the word feelings was used and the number of times fact was used, you would be clear about why there's so much controversy.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you for accommodating.
So we have motion. Was there a second? Yeah.
The motion was made by Board Member Hurd, seconded by Board Member Ordway. Roll call vote. Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Mintz.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
We have one informational item on 11.0, SRVUSD Universal Pre-Kindergarten Implementation Plan. Just one quick question. Ms. Disbro, did you want to speak on this item as well then, or is that part of the mix-up? Okay, thank you. Okay, so
Good evening again, everyone. So I'm here to just share with you. I was here in December regarding, well, pretty much all year, the expansion of TK. And I want to acknowledge our lead TK teacher, Karen Young, who has sat here all evening to support me. And she has supported all of our TK classes over the years and as we're working to expand. So I do have a presentation to review. All districts are asked to review with their school board where we're at with the expansion of TK. So this is our universal pre-K, pre-kindergarten presentation to you. Fix it all. So what we're talking about is the overview of legislation that we've had, and we call it UPK, which is Universal Pre-Kindergarten. It's a mixed delivery system. So it encompasses preschool students, the expansion of transitional kindergarten, and as you've heard, it's going into up to third grade to make sure that there is consistency among all of our youngest learners and that our TK students, every 4-year-old, by 25-26, we will be serving 4-year-olds in TK, but the expansion next year goes through February 2nd, and we're aligning with our preschool to third grade state mandates that are coming down to all of us. Go ahead. So as I've shared before, there is legislative overview. Assembly Bill AB 130 has given us the jurisdiction to expand access to classroom-based pre-kindergarten. Do you want to? And by, as I shared, 25-26, all 4-year-olds will be in TK. The funding to support UPK, we work very closely, as you heard Mr. Hillman, Danny share. It's one-time funding to support. I've been working closely with facilities, HR, a lot of people, our Ed Services Department, CNI, and the TK teachers to see how we're going to implement this. So. And so we are providing access to all 4-year-olds. TK implementation will be phased in over 4 years. Next year, students, it begins up, we are increasing to February 2nd, and each year it will increase until it is all 4-year-olds by 25-26. What we are very thrilled about is that the classroom ratios are 1-12 next year in 22-23. And as you heard in December, how we are doing that is a credentialed teacher with an additional support of a classified person in the room. Our teachers. And next slide. So working with HR, our TK teachers do have to have their multiple subject credential, but in addition, they need 24 units of early childhood education or child development. They do have until August 2023 to get that. There is some flexibility. We work very closely with our HR department because some of our teachers have work experience in preschool and early childhood, so we can use that. And as you heard last time at our board meeting, the expanded care ELOP program, extended learning opportunity, we presented that, is an option for our TK students. Next slide. And so this is the timeline that was reviewed. You reviewed that back in December, and it plays out over the course of where our TK students turn 5 before each year, and it continues on. Next slide. So this again is our projections. When I was here before, we had projected 27, 28 classes. We just added an additional class. So right now we are up to 29 classes. We have well over 560 students right now for the 22-23 school year. And we are projecting over 1,000 students with the expansion in 25-26. Next slide, facilities. We know now that, well, it says 28, but we do have 29, but it's, we have 7 schools that are using the AM/PM model, so we will not need an additional classroom. And we know by 25-26, it will expand to over 60 classrooms. But we're also very proud that every class, every school will have a TK class, which wasn't part of the expansion, but we felt it was important. We heard from our parents that they wanted to go to their community schools. And so some of our schools do have 2 classes and looking at the expansion over the next several years. Next slide. So with that, we look at teachers. Our teachers are all hired except for that 29th class. It is posted. We do have people applying for it. And the assistants, the paraeducators, we have about 20 of those positions already cleared through classified HR, and we're optimistic that we will be ready by the first day of school. That, and so as the teaching force increases, the classified staff piece increases as well. Next slide. We have met over the course of the year getting community input. We made presentations at the PTA Council, LCAP, the San Ramon Valley Education Fund Foundation, our DLAC, LCAP, we met with our SRVUSD union partners in CSEA, Special Education, our community CAC Community Advisory Council. We also presented the strategic directions, the committees that we have. We presented at the Deep Learning Committee on that, also equity. With our parent liaison, we met with parents. We got input back in the December, January with our TK and kinder meetings for incoming families. And we, our state preschool classes, we have parent surveys that we do each year and received input from that as well. So our UPK rollout, we are going to continue the practice of 3.5 hours a day. If you're an 8 o'clock start school, the program will go 8 to 11:30, and the schools that start later, 8:15, it will adjust, but 3.5 hours. TKs at every site. Some have 2 classrooms, the 12-to-1 ratio, and we can offer a full day of learning to all students the year before kindergarten. Access to that is available for TK students. UPK is part of LCAP. You heard Mr. Campopiano shared a bit that. It is embedded in the LCAP, and it is aligned with our strategic directions. Again, I want to recognize Karen, who we used to meet every week, but they met monthly or every couple of weeks, and the teachers, we used the preschool foundations. Those teachers met virtual and in person, looking at the foundations, what our children need, and planned accordingly for the lessons. They collaborate and are aligned with our strategic directions. And thank you for putting up, and before the time, I'll entertain any questions, but we're very, very excited with the rollout of this. So
Thank you, Nadine. We really appreciate the update. Board members, any questions or comments?
I have
Great. Or-
Nadine, in terms of classroom space,
how many, and if this is more detailed than you want to do tonight, you can get back to me later, but how many kindergarten classes are displaced into like first grade size classrooms as we make room for TK?
There are a couple of schools that did happen, and I would have to bring you back the number. I know Twin Creeks, that is a school that they displaced, but there was conversation with the teachers on that. But I would need to come back and bring you if there were any others that were displaced.
And long term, as we roll this out in the 4-year plan, do we expect that we'll need to build more restrooms for little ones, or will kindergartners use first grade restrooms?
I'll defer to Danny on that.
Short answer is we do need to look at that because it's not just about the restrooms. That is a component. The other thing is how many spaces do we have that we want to use versus the ones we can use. We can use all different sized spaces for TK and K, but there are some best practices. And so what we're going to do is more than likely bring an RFP process forward for facilities master planning, which that process will walk us through every single school site, elementary site, and take into the new TK requirements and K requirements so that if there are existing tweaks we can do to existing rooms, great. And maybe there are some sites probably that we'll have to add some facilities. We'll at least know what they are. We'll have an idea of a scope that's been identified, and then we can figure out how much we think it's going to cost, and then we can make some decisions. Great. We know that for the long term of this program, we're going to need to do something. What we've done over the next year to 2 years is really using the existing infrastructure and facilities we have without major renovations. So we're making it work. But I think long term, we'd want to really assess this well and have the opinions of a professional designer and an architect to give us some feedback.
Great, thank you. Just wanted to know it was on, and for the community to know it's on the radar.
Any other questions from board members? I do have one speaker card on this item. It's the country. And the topic is the Universal Pre-Kindergarten Implementation Plan.
And my name is Taiwan Country. Okay, I have the following questions, and I'm not sure if I may get answered, but I will ask them anyways. Number one, do parents have right to reject, sending their children to public school at age 4? Number two, is it always going to be 12 to 1? Because I saw your projection going up. I'm not sure if it reaches 61 classrooms that you will be able to get that many teachers. In the event that you aren't able to get that many teachers, then would you or would the state plan to increase it then gradually, or is 12 to 1 always going to be a guiding principle of your hiring practice? Number three, will we have enough classrooms in 25 to 26 for 61 classes? I just want to share with you my nightmare. When I first moved into this school district, my kids had to be diverted outside of our school district because there just simply weren't enough rooms. And my kids were, of course, not 4 years old. I think it would be a tremendous for our children at 4 years old to divert them elsewhere. So I'm wondering if that is taken into consideration as we plan out. Also, this pertains to what you guys have already touched on, which is modification of a bathroom. When my kids went to a private paid preschool, the bathrooms are open. Like kids can literally see each other's, going to bathroom and stuff. I'm wondering if you are planning for open, bathroom for this type of program, or is it going to be enclosed? Because at this age, sometimes you don't need adults to help them. And so when you say 12 to 1, I almost think that it should be 12 to 2. Because what if somebody needs to go potty, then nobody is taking care of the 11 who are not going to potty. I'm not sure really that is a good idea to just have 12 to 1. And is there any sex or gender curriculum? In other words, the 3 hours, is it going to be like Montessori type of pedagogy? Or is it going to be like Tony Thurman thump down curriculum? Thank you.
Thank you. Nadine, were there anything in there that you?
I'm trying to remember all your things, but because I did present in December, I can certainly review that. So, first of all, TK in kindergarten is not required grade, so it's not compulsory for children to attend. So parents can keep their children still at preschool or at home should they want to. Do you want me to take your card so I can? The 12-to-1 ratio is from the state, and actually the years after, they're hoping there is funding to even lower it to a 10-to-1 ratio. So right now we're staffing 24 children in the class with the credentialed teacher and the assistant there. Our students, so Danny did address with the enough classrooms in 25-26, we do need to look at that. And they will bring someone in to look at classes if we need to do modernization of facilities down the road. But right now we're looking at this year. So none of our classrooms this year needed any modifications. The 3 new classrooms at Alamo, Bollinger, and oh gosh, I know them all. At Alamo, Bollinger, and Tassajara Hills, we did get new furniture. We looked at modernization, furniture that is flexible seating, that we can have different spaces for children to learn, and looking at that as a pilot to see if that works. And then the curriculum is based on the preschool foundations, which is in our California frameworks. So these teachers are teaching language arts. In TK, it is through play, and we are teaching language arts. We teach music. They have math, science. We have centers. They have psychomotor, fine motor, gross motor, recess. And because recess is in our instructional minutes, we must comply with that 12-to-1 ratio. So should a child need to go inside to a restroom, an adult would take the child, and we would have to have another adult come onto that playground to be there, so we maintain the ratio there. And our restrooms, a child goes in, no one is watching when they're in the restroom. As far as the sex gender curriculum, they do read alouds. I don't believe there is no gender curriculum that is required in TK. We do read stories about all diverse families and all kinds of families. We do that. And I think, did I get everything? Some things might be like a Montessori.
Thank you, Nadine.
Okay, then I'm good.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. Board members, any other questions or comments about pre-K? No, in that case, I'm going to ask for item 13.1 board member reports. We have another meeting in less than a week now. And so we'll take your board member reports at that point. 13.2, our student board member has left the room, and so shall we. Our meeting is adjourned with 1 minute to spare.